But prior to her coming to Virginia Tech, she served as a professor in the Department of Informatics in the School of Economics and Management at Lund University in Sweden. And while at Lund, she was also served as a visiting professor in the Department of Management at the London School of Economics. So previously, Dean Sarker was at some other university there in the state of Virginia. We won't mention them, at the McIntyre School of Commerce, and that was from 2013 to 2021, where she held many roles, including Senior Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, Area Coordinator of IT, Rolls-Royce Commonwealth Commerce Professor, and Professor of IT. And then just real quick, prior to that, at Washington State University, she had an 11-year tenure there as a Department of Management, Information Systems, and Entrepreneurship. She was a George and Carolyn Hubman Distinguished Professor in Management Information Systems, Associate Professor of Information Systems, and PhD Program Coordinator. So quite an impressive resume. We are so happy to have her with us today. And Dean Sarker, welcome.
Well, thank you, Jay, for that very, very generous welcome. Thank you for inviting me to share a few opening remarks. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you to the Day for Data. I'm very honored to be here and really great to meet current students, graduates, as well as our industry partners and prior Hokies. So in the next 10 minutes, I will share some of my own thoughts on the current world of data and digitalization and a possible path forward. These thoughts have stemmed from years of experience with data, both in my teaching as well as research. I have taught courses on data-driven decision-making and visualization, responsible digitalization, managing AI, and have been conducting research for many years on the humanistic outcomes of digitalization, specifically looking at human-AI hybrids. So from what I see, and you already know that, but I just wanted to kind of set the foundation. From what I see, there are three trends that are going on with respect to digitalization. First, there is an unprecedented and increasing infusion of computing power and connectivity between all objects, systems, and applications. Second, we are witnessing an explosion in datafication, which is turning many aspects of our life into data that is subsequently helping to realize a new form of value. Now, datafication is often the foundation for the next phenomenon, which is robotification. And jointly, datafication and robotification is enabling hyper-automation. Now, third, we are seeing another trend, which is platformization, which allows widespread impact through the active engagement and value-creating interactions of various parts and parties of a given digitalization initiatives in ways that we have not seen or imagined earlier. Now, these three elements are constantly combining with each other to drive more digitalization. Now, as we are seeing this rising digitalization, I'm also seeing two different narratives surrounding the concept and the phenomenon. Some argue that we are well on our way to what they call digital utopia, with more computing power, more and better data, advances in data management and machine learning techniques, more industry, academic, government collaboration, and so on. But is this the complete picture? Because that brings us to the other narrative, which argues that digitalization can, and under many circumstances, result in increased oppressive surveillance, infantilizing humans due to superintelligence of computing. There is likely to be more amplified bias, blurred agency, radically transformed relationships between the human and the digital. We are likely to see violated property rights, increasing security vulnerabilities, in addition to the immense sustainability and fairness concerns underlying such a digitalization process. The amount of toxic material and radioactive residue to refine the rare earth minerals is often shocking to hear, as is the suffering of those involved in mining them. There are stories of the amount of electricity and water requirements too, for example, train and run AI models and to operate data centers, and those numbers are also often unimaginable. Moreover, because of the feedback of these outcomes back into the digitalization process, we can expect to see different waves of and often possibly multiplicative effects of digitalization and the growth in data. In other words, the latter narrative refers to the digital winter or the digital dystopia perspective, dismissing all the gains and continue to highlight the problematic implications of digitalization. To the extent that scholars such as Noble have said that while we often think of terms such as big data and algorithms as being benign, neutral, or objective, we have to remember that they can be a major human rights issue in the 21st century. But when I talk to others or talk to people who believe in the digital spring or digital utopia, they often refer to the unintended consequences as something that we need to start accepting. They would say, well, these harmful effects are unintended consequences. Our intentions were all good. However, we must note that unintended does not necessarily mean that they could not have been anticipated through careful analysis with imaginative what-ifs from multiple perspectives. Some also say that, well, we are enjoying the wonderful things that data and digitalization is providing. In other words, we are experiencing the bright side. So when we have the bright side, should we not also embrace some of the dark sides? Now, given these opposing views, as students, graduates, and the next generation members of the digitalized workforce, you might ask, what is the next step? Well, I would say, please practice responsible digitalization. This can be achieved through many options. I'm just going to give you a few examples, which is just an incomplete set, but they may include incorporating human impact analysis of digitalization from different stakeholders from an ethical standpoint, inscribing ethical values and fairness in technical designs, in our algorithms, in our data models, instituting codes and oaths. We also need to develop communication channels with companies, policymakers, and the larger society to ensure that no one is fed either a wholly digitally dystopia or a digital utopian view, and when necessary, offer balanced perspectives based on solid research and data-driven solutions, and lobby for regulation or deregulation when the pendulum of regulation swings too far. One might be able to emphasize not only the instrumental and economic aspects that digitalization and data offers, but also the human and ethical aspects of digitalization. Specifically, nurture and develop what the noted scholar Bowman talks about as the moral impulse, just like how you develop your technical skills. Moral impulse is a feeling of a selfless, infinite, and unconditional responsibility and care towards what we are doing and towards others. So I can tell you one thing about I will be pursuing and inculcating in Pamplin. I will be fostering within the Pamplin community the notion of relational responsibility with perspectives to digitalization and data, which especially goes beyond to highlight the roles of both explainability and answerability, responsible towards each other, toward the use and design of technology, and toward the gathering use of data. I firmly believe that if we practice relational responsibility, we will continue to experience a digital spring. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Jay?
All right, thank you, Dean Sarker. We appreciate those comments, and we're really looking forward to your leadership in implementing your vision in the Pamplin College of Business. So an event like this doesn't just happen, okay? I need to thank the Programs and Research Committee for helping to plan and execute this event. And that committee is made up of Megan Akamasi from Norfolk Southern, Rob Torpy from Norfolk Grumman, Keith Johnson from AWS, and Bradley Parcell from NetApp. I'd also like to thank our corporate sponsors who are with us today. Norfolk Southern, our diamond sponsor, Guidehouse and Marathon TS, our platinum sponsors, EY and Ascend Solutions, our gold sponsors, Amazon Web Services, Hewlett Packard, and Deloitte, our silver sponsors. So please be sure as we take our breaks and have our networking, they'll be on the tables on the side of the room here. Go visit them, chat with them, and you never know where there might be opportunities for research, employment, and such, so please do that. I also want to thank the fabulous CBA staff for bringing this together. I've firsthand witnessed to how hard they've worked, and wouldn't have come off without Luke Williams, our Associate Director of Marketing, Communication, Events. Luke's over here in the corner, so wave at us, Luke. But also Shannon Dillon, Jennifer Havens, and Dr. Cliff Ragsdale. So you guys can wave at people and say hey. Okay, so let's turn it over, and happy to bring Megan Akamasi up to take over the podium. Megan is the Group Vice President of Chemicals at Norfolk Southern, and she's going to introduce our first keynote speaker.
Just bring that down a little bit. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to be here with you today at the second annual Day for Data. I think I can say that because now we're committed 2 years in a row. And it is really my pleasure to introduce our morning keynote speaker, who is both a colleague of mine and a friend, and that's Andrew Allwine. Andrew serves as our Senior Director for Data Optimization, and that is within the Performance Excellence Division of Norfolk Southern. Said another way, he's a really big deal. He's in charge of a team that it's embedded with our 15,000 employee strong operating division that champions data-centric decision making. And this part of your bio I had to write down because you've been in a lot of different departments and a lot of different roles over a decade career. Don't let that baby face fool you. He graduated in 2013 from Virginia Tech with an MBA. But he's been with Norfolk Southern for 10 years in roles spanning customer service, operations support, network planning and optimization, field transportation, and most recently, data analytics, where he is a true enterprise leader at our organization. He leads the effort to leverage data to make better decisions that helps our operating team streamline operations and also keeps his friends in marketing really happy because it means that we have better customer service and better on-time performance directly because of the work that Andrew and his team are doing. He is a proud Hokie graduate. In fact, when I asked him if he would be willing to speak with us today, he accepted within about 45 seconds, maybe, and he had already found out that it was the same weekend as the Purdue game, so he was really happy to be here and share with you his insights. Besides his graduate degree from Virginia Tech, he has an undergrad from Ferrum, where he earned a BS, and his wife, Emily, is also a Virginia Tech graduate, and they reside in Johns Creek, Georgia. Both Andrew and I came from Atlanta to be with you today. They have a 15-month-old daughter, Peyton, and a beloved family dog named Lainey, which bears a striking resemblance to what is apparently the third best college venue for all football in the United States. So I'm pretty sure there's a connection there. But please join me in warmly welcoming Andrew Allwine for our keynote this morning.
Well, I think we should just stop there because the introduction is going to be way better than anything I can say. So as Megan said, she called me, she was like, hey, I have an opportunity to talk at Virginia Tech, and I agreed before I really even knew what the talk would be about. And when I started to learn more about the opportunity, it just made so much sense because exactly what we're here to talk about today it has so many parallels to the exact challenges that we're facing at Norfolk Southern as we progress our data strategy, as we try and take a company with 200 years of history and really bring it into the 21st century and align it better with a more data-driven, data-centric decision-making company so that we can create more predictable and better outcomes for the business and our customers and the communities that we serve. So what does it mean to be a non-technical company? It's kind of like it sounds really bad. Like it sounds like if you're a non-technical company, like you might not be a company very much longer. But really what it means is data is not what you would consider a core function or a core competency of the 200-year legacy of the railroad. The majority of our employees, hard-working men and women, they're out there in the ballast line, they're on the trains, they're moving freight, they're serving the communities, they're serving our customers. They spend 12 hours a day, rain, shine, snow, sleet, hail, sometimes, a mixture of all three. And sometimes data is just not at the forefront of what they're thinking about. So how do we develop leaders at Norfolk Southern? How do we develop leaders for all industries that can kind of, skirt that line right between the business and the technical? How do you create leaders that can be that conduit between the business and IT? And as Megan kind of talked, I've taken a very untraditional path to where I am at. If you think of Senior Director Data Optimization, you're probably, well, he probably is a data scientist, or he has a data analytics background, or he's like, could sit there in a dark room and code with the best of them. Well, don't challenge me to that, because I will be the worst probably person in this room at doing that. I've taken the business route, and through that route, I have a firsthand view of why we have challenges in making data-driven decisions. I've been in the room with the 35-year-old, grizzled veteran general manager of operations, and we start talking about what do we need to do from a company to improve our operations? What do we need to do to improve service? And just from the hip, off the cuff, well, we just need to do X, Y, and Z. We need to add a job here, add a job there, and the only really basis for why they tried to come up with that decision is because of their personal experience and personal biases towards what they've experienced in the past. No data, just we'll use fake names. I'm John Smith, and I think we need to add a job at Birmingham, Alabama, and that's going to make everything better. Well, I can tell you we've done that. Things haven't gotten better, and we then pivot, and he's like, well, no, it couldn't have possibly been my decision that was wrong. It had to be the execution of the team in the field. Well, now the poor guys in Birmingham are getting blamed for it's not working. But there's no data around it. There's no thought. There's no decision-making process. There's no diagnose, analyze, implement. Did what we implemented and what we said was going to happen? There's no post-mortem evaluation of the decision, and did it have the desired results? So I say all that to say, I got really pumped up when Megan asked me to talk, because these are the exact conversations I have every day at Norfolk Southern, trying to convince the business that there's a better way, trying to convince the business that through data, through thought, through a more calculated approach to decision making, we can produce better results tomorrow than we have in the past. So for those of you, I probably should have started because it's the first slide, but I got a little sidetracked. But for those of you who aren't familiar with Norfolk Southern, if you see a train on the East Coast, it's likely us or the other guy. So we pretty much operate most of the rail networks east of the Mississippi. Kind of our outlying points towards the western portion of our network are Kansas City, Chicago, Memphis, and New Orleans. We span all the way up into the northeast, up towards Boston, and as far south as Jacksonville. We have a very robust network of customers. We serve some of the largest chlorine producers in North America. We service the largest steel manufacturers in North America. There's a crazy stat out there that we touch somewhere around 70% of the finished vehicles that are produced in North America. So a lot of folks don't appreciate that most everything that you buy these days, something in that supply chain is touched by the railroad. It's the most efficient form of transport for our goods. And really, if you get down to a statistic standpoint, in many cases, it's the safest. At Norfolk Southern, we really have the right team and we have the right strategy. And I want to start with this because we are making a strong pivot over the last 2 years to being a more customer-centric, operations-driven, data-centric company. We have a commitment from the top down that we will leverage data to produce better results in the future for our customers, our communities, our shareholders, and our own employees. And it's really easy to say that's our strategy, right? But we have made conscious decisions over the last 2 years to start getting the right people in place. When you think of it like Norfolk Southern, like from a legacy standpoint, you hire with Norfolk Southern, you spend 35 years, you get your pension, and you go home. We've made a very conscious decision over the last 2 years to start recruiting talent from different sectors of all industries to start injecting people that think more analytically into the company and into different positions in the company. My current department, she said performance excellence, which if you ever get hired into a group that says like excellence or continuous improvement, you are going to be inherently disliked. It's like, come on guys, like we can just set data optimization. There's a reason I don't say senior director performance excellence data optimization. One, it's very long, and two, it's like, well, performance excellence is here. They're going to tell me exactly what we need to do. So we usually just say data optimization because it's safer for our own personal well-being. But I think that aside, the fact that we have a performance excellence department and one of the key verticals within performance excellence is data tells you our commitment to making data a part of our strategy and trying to weave data into every conversation at Norfolk Southern. And we'll talk about it later, but one of the ways that you take a non-technical company and allow them to start progressing through technical application and data analytics and data science is it has to be a part of every conversation. And in this room, and from what I've been told about the program, this program develops leaders that can be that advocate for data in that conversation. There has to be someone in the room who is thinking, all right, how can this be leveraged not only for this use case, but other use cases in the company? Because it's impossible to have everyone of 16,000 people's interests represented in every conversation. But if you have that person that's thinking about, well, this locomotive data is going to be great for the locomotive team, but how can this locomotive data be leveraged for the marketing team? Or how can it be leveraged for the mechanical car team or countless other departments within the company? That's when you really start turning the tide. When data is part of the decision-making process and the thoughts process on the front end and not on the back end. Because one thing I know, and I can tell you this, I don't know much, like I've never actually worked in our IT department, but I can tell you building the requirements into the original development of the application is much faster than asking for an enhancement 3 years later. Because they've already got the new flashy project or initiative that they're developing for the next iteration or generation of enhancements, and they don't like to go back to things and make them better. It's not necessarily the best way. We definitely had to put a plug in for our CEO, who is a Hokie. I just think it's interesting, aerospace, and now he works for railroad. It's like the most polar opposite ends of the spectrum. Like you go from like in the air 30,000 feet to like you're actually like stuck to the ground, or you hope that you're stuck to the ground. But Alan Shaw, two-time graduate of Virginia Tech, both his bachelor's degree and master's degree, MBA in 1992, and he is an esteemed alum of the Harvard Business School. It really starts with him. It's very easy to start getting buy-in at the grassroots level around data because there's so many people that are frustrated by the status quo. There's so many people that are in the business that are just frustrated that my voice can't be heard because maybe my title's not the right. but I like know what I'm saying is right, and I actually have the data to support it. But until it's driven from the top down, until it's ingrained into the corporate strategy of we will make data-driven decisions, we will make data a part of every conversation, you need both. You have to drive the expectations for data from the top down, and you have to grow the use of data to make better decisions from the bottom up. It has to be, both things have to be true for it to really take hold and to really have a robust data strategy. So I would say through my research in terms of like what we're gonna, how I really wanted to take this conversation, I found a few quotes that I thought were really intriguing. And one is, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. I think that's true today in many companies, and it's true at Norfolk Southern. Like if you come to a meeting and you're just have an opinion and you can't back that opinion with actual data or actual evidence that is the appropriate viewpoint to take, we have started to really weed some of those things out. And it's like, all right, well, if that's your stance and that's the direction you want to go, like you're going to need to come back to us with the actual justification through some type of data analytics or data analysis that supports your case. 10 years ago, it was not that way. It was the loudest person in the room. And there's a funny story. And I remember this vividly because I had just got back from my honeymoon the day this project started, and it was called Project High Velocity. And we had a consulting company come in. We were all in this room, like looked like a command center. There was like this big U room. Everyone had a computer. There's a guy named Yuri from like Eastern Europe that was like running the show at the front, and Yuri was telling us like, hey, we need to look at this, and how can we optimize this terminal? How can we build more blocks? And there was a gentleman named Ed Courtney. He's retired. I can say his name. He was like the old school railroader in the room. He was the guy, 35 years. He came from Conrail, which was a railroad that we had acquired back in the 90s. And I see him start to text. And when Ed, who's like close to 70 at the time, and he starts to text, and this is like, it might have been a BlackBerry. I don't know. He all thumbs, very slow. And then, I'm like, what is Ed doing? Like, Ed never texts. And usually, like, he's not paying attention. But all of a sudden, we start to talk about this one terminal. And this one terminal that, like, a lot of our leadership at the time had very emotional ties to. So we were talking about this terminal. Does it really make sense in the future? It's not really geographically positioned somewhere that is really the right place to be switching cars for the railroad in the future. So Ed's texting. No more than 5 minutes later, a general manager comes in the room. What are y'all working on? Oh, hey, Mr., we'll call him Smith. We're working on looking at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and its role in the future. He's like, that's the best terminal on the railroad, don't touch it. And it's like, from that day on, we didn't talk about that terminal anymore because he just came in the room and, hey, that's his terminal. He worked at that terminal. That's where his seniority was. Don't touch that terminal. Don't do anything to it. So like when you start making those types of decisions, you naturally unoptimize what you're trying to optimize. Like when you start taking like pieces out because of personal biases or because of someone's just beliefs or personal experiences, it's like you can now not derive at the best solution for the company because like someone's just said you just can't do that. Whether it's supported through data or not, like that's the way the railroad worked for 190 years. So flip the script to today, we're just not making decisions that way anymore. Like if someone comes in the room and says, no, like I think we need to switch cars A instead of B, like it has to be supported through data. And until you like really take an aggressive approach around that, you're not going to really be able to turn that tide. Data is a precious thing and will last longer than systems themselves. This is very true because I can tell you we're on version 6 of some of our legacy applications, but the data that exists from the previous iterations of those still exists today. So when you think about having data represented in every conversation, when you're developing applications, when you're trying to build new applications to serve a very functional need, most people in transportation are like these non-technical roles, whether it be engineering, mechanical. They're developing applications to serve a functional purpose in the field. I need my mechanical carman to be able to say what time he started inspecting the train and what time he stopped inspecting the train. They don't normally say, and then I need those timestamps to be driven to this data table in this place in the warehouse or the cloud, and it needs to be interoperable with this table so that I can tie those two pieces of data together to create true intelligence for the business. That part of the conversation doesn't happen, but it will. And it's through programs like this that we will help develop leaders to make sure those conversations are a part of the actual development of the applications. So just know in your future careers, when you're developing applications, you're developing the data for not just your generation with that company, but the next one and the next one and the next one. And I am the proud recipient of the data that's been generated for 180 years in Norfolk Southern. Hence why my department exists. And then really the last quote, and this one I think is, spoke to earlier, just the amount of data that's being produced. This quote kind of just gives you a glimpse into the severity of that. So there are 5 exabytes of information created between the dawn of civilization through 2003. That much information is now produced every 2 days. This quote's a little dated. Imagine like now might be like every minute, but even if this is still true, that's crazy. I mean, and in that amount of data, and that amount of data overflow in terms of like unprecedented amounts of data being pumped into the business, no one really had a strategy. Very few companies, I would say, had a strategy to be able to deal with an unprecedented amount of data coming in. And that's why a lot of industries and companies like Norfolk Southern, we're now trying to play catch up. We've got all of this data. It's been pumped into our, right now we're in Teradata, we're moving to AWS Cloud, but it's been in our data warehouse for, being generated for like, 20 years. We've been pumping data into our Teradata warehouse. Without a real strategy on how this data is going to talk to that data and really having a robust view of our metadata and like what do different columns mean, and making sure that we don't say this column means this over here and it means this something completely different over here. So we really didn't have a robust data strategy or data governance program, but we had a lot of data coming in. So you just think of like, if you have like a refrigerator and you go to the store and you don't think about the space in your refrigerator, you just go buy whatever you want at Costco or Sam's Club or wherever, then you get home and you're like, well, we got like 75 eggs and nowhere to put them. I mean, that's kind of like, in a very simple view, that's kind of what has been happening to our company over the last 20 years. All this data is being pumped in. It's kind of going into the background. No one's really paying attention to it. And now we're trying to answer all these questions and be more data-driven, and we're like trying to use it to make decisions. And we're like, well, this is not easy. Like, it's not really telling us what we want. It's telling us what we want, but it's very hard to discern or make it interoperable with other data sets that we have, like from different asset classes. So just think of, if like Virginia Tech, like all of the different departments had their own data and none of it spoke to the rest of them. So then you get like the accountants that are trying to put together the budget for the entire college, university, and it's like, well, I can't because like the business data doesn't talk to the engineering data, and the engineering data doesn't talk to the architecture data, and it's like it's all just siloed. So we really, that's kind of where we live right now. Siloed information. My team's job is basically partnering with IT to be that conduit that says, how do we improve this? How do we move forward with a strategy that ties everything together? So wanted to kind of just by a show of hands just think, more for the students. When you went into your education, did you know, like how many of you knew you wanted to be like working, like have a career in data? How many of you guys, like throughout your coursework or throughout your time at Virginia Tech, have just like said, "Now, data is the way I want to go"? See, I think I could have saved myself like 10 years if this department would have existed when I was here, because I basically I'm in a weird way. I spent 10 years trying to figure out what hopefully this department is aimed at teaching you in 1 year. And that's that you have to, like, the leaders of tomorrow have to be both. You got to kind of have like that hybrid education in terms of like understanding the business aspects of it, like how do you actually go about analyzing a business decision, but then you have to have at least some idea of the technical capabilities and the technical understanding to be able to communicate to your team, like what does that look like? And that's really the role that I feel today, but I had to teach myself via like YouTube for the last 10 years because I was just so frustrated. I mean, I was 23 years old. I started working in our operations service support, and like every day was Groundhog's Day. Every day I was dealing with the same problem, same customers calling. I have the same issue, same crews calling. I have the same issue, train masters calling. I have the same issue, and it's like, do we not like track this or like look for like systemic issues or trends to say maybe we should think about this from a more macro perspective to like solve this at the from the root and where it doesn't keep happening every day. So unfortunately, most of the data leaders today didn't have the opportunity to take part in these types of programs to learn these things in their education. So most of your data leaders out there today are business-oriented individuals. They grew up in the business. They grew up in operations, and through necessity, they migrated their mindset towards a more technical understanding because they wanted to solve the problems that frustrated them. And that's kind of how I got into it. I was just so fed up with every day, my manager's like, yeah, like just answer the call, handle the question, correct the exception. It was just like putting out the same fire every day. And eventually, for some, you're just inclined to say like, no more. And the only way to really understand and fix those things is through, reviewing it from a data perspective, looking at the trends and trying to identify, like, what do I actually need to fix to stop this from happening? Because most of the times addressing the symptom isn't addressing the cause. And that's what you have to use data to find that. Because if you're just looking at it from face value and you're just looking at it from your own experience, you're only going to address what you can see. And normally, very rarely is the problem what's at the surface. And so I think that's where, I think that's the exciting part of being at this type of event is this type of training is what will really help set us into a better place in the future. So I've talked a lot about Norfolk Southern's legacy, and I think the next few slides will it's basically my plea for you to forgive us for maybe being in the predicament that we are. So on the left, you're going to see the old pictures. On the right, you're going to see the new pictures. So Norfolk Southern has spent the first 200 years, and it hasn't always been Norfolk Southern. It's like 30-something predecessor railroads that make up Norfolk Southern today. But most of the efforts of the railroads were geared towards improving their technology, not necessarily improving their data. We went from steam engines to diesel engines, and now we're trying to go from diesel engines to hybrid engines, and we're trying to go from hybrid engines to maybe one day even a different type of engine, fully electric. And that's really where the efforts have been. You just look at the before and after. In 1953, we were the first railroad to completely transition to diesel. Those are the milestones of Norfolk Southern, and were necessary, but again, most of our effort was geared towards how do we actually improve the functional operations of the railroad, not necessarily improve our data decision-making process. We were, apparently, according to Megan's PowerPoint that she gives to our management trainees, the first to start using computers. So just imagine the data that's being generated from that right there. That's what I'm using. So sometimes when we have blank spots in our graphs, it's like nothing existed in 1965. That's because that I guess he ran out of string for a while. Before and after. It's just you look at the legacy of Norfolk Southern, the legacy of the railroad, and you look at where we are today, and you can kind of see the railroad's made a lot of progress. We just made progress in areas that aren't necessarily data. You look at the picture on the left is what one terminal used to look like. So we have a crew office in Christiansburg. we used to probably have that many employees in Christiansburg just keeping track of like waybills and paperwork, and every location on the railroad had a room that looked eerily similar to that, with people working very clerical functions. Today, all of that's performed in this bluish purple room in Atlanta, with probably 2% of the people that used to be required to do it. So again, a lot of progress, a lot of innovation, a lot of transformation in terms of how we do business. But being a non-technically oriented industry, a lot of these decisions and advancements were made without data being really at the forefront of the conversation. So this is kind of going to bring it home in terms of sometimes the inherent challenges. It's like, what is this employee thinking about? The majority of NS employees look a lot like this. Out there moving trains, inspecting cars, fixing track. How can I perform my task safely and get home to my family? That's the most important part. We have a saying at Norfolk Southern, we want you to go home the way you came. That's the number one priority every day, is every employee at Norfolk Southern should be able to go home to their family the same way they left them. How can I make sure my customers are satisfied so Megan doesn't get upset? Now, I can say most people are scared through like previous experiences that like that's always at the forefront of their mind. What is for lunch? That's always important, or when is lunch? And then really like, how can I use data to enhance my own experience as well as the customer? I'd say it's usually not at the forefront of that employee's particular mindset. So how do you, as data leaders, as in a company where it's not always at the forefront of their thought process, how do you instill a data strategy that works and can provide value for those types of individuals without them really having a personal connection or maybe personally valuing data the way that maybe some in this room would? And that's really the challenge. My challenge every day is to figure out how to provide value for the business and for the company through data when many individuals look at it as something extra or something ancillary to what their actual job is. I can tell you, over the last 5 years, my job has become more and more data-driven, less and less managing the actual operations. Served in various transportation roles, but as I started to progress and be able to be the only person in transportation that could really think analytically and produce data to support those analytics, they're like, well, let's like start to like move him more to the side and he'll just support everyone. And it was always like, you would sit down with someone and say, hey, like how do we start to maybe do a little bit more from a standardization standpoint about documenting what our crews do? Like, all right, like instead of them just showing up to work, how do we actually start to put some data around what they do? And it was like you were asking them to like cut off their right arm. It's like, I don't want to do this. Like, I just want to railroad. I just want to go to work and put out fires because it's fun. Most railroaders like chaos. Like, that's the secret. Like, they don't like process and structure. They love the fact that they can come to work and it be different every day. People like Megan hate the fact that you can come to work and it be different every day because that's not good for the customer. Customers want consistency. They want reliability. Most folks in the Atlanta building want consistency and reliability. And so it's like, how do you get the rest of them to say, like, how do you make it valuable to them to say, your life's going to be better because it's more consistent? Because like the crazy thing about railroaders is like the thing they love is also the thing they hate the most. Oh, I have to wake up in the middle of the night and go to respond to a train. I'm telling you, you don't. Like, if we do use data to help you not have to do that. Oh, I don't want to use data. Well, like you want us to help you or not? So that's really the trick is how do you provide value when it's not inherently important to the majority of the company just by definition of what they do. So Norfolk Southern's data journey probably looks a lot like a lot of other industries that have a 200-year legacy, a lot of manufacturing, transportation-centric companies. But if you kind of look from left to right, I kind of break it into 4 eras. You have the manual railroad, the room with a lot of people on keyboard, what do they even call those things? Keyboards with those things. writing things down on paper. I still remember when we first started to produce our first network scorecard, we had a general manager, his name was Jeff Slager. He took the network scorecard, he printed it, and then he wrote it down. It's like, Jeff, just file the paper. If that's really what you want to do, just file the piece of paper. No, I want to write it down. I mean, that's the type of folks you were dealing with. They just wanted to write everything down. They wanted to keep it in a binder. And so it's like, how do you move a company forward when that's some of the mindset of the leadership team? The manual railroad looked a lot like everyone doing things manually. You had little to no data users. You had very few folks that could, we had maybe few access processes, and the access processes lived on their personal device. So like if that guy or girl got hit by a bus, like we were done. Like that, we'll store that data, we'll start fresh tomorrow. I still remember one of the guys that works for me, his name's Dan Altman, his dad, Don Altman, was like the original person that was using Microsoft Access for Norfolk Southern, and everything was on his personal device. All of our metrics, all of our scorecards, everything from an operational metric standpoint, corporate metric standpoint was on that guy's personal device. Not a great strategy. We kind of move into the experimentation phase. So this word started to get some buzz around 2005 into 2008, was called positive train control. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar, but it's essentially a safety mechanism for trains that if you're operating a train in a way that we would deem unsafe, if you're going too fast, if you're going into a restricted area that you don't have permissions for, it will stop the train. So, essentially it's like somewhat of an autopilot for train operations. And it's kind of like that safety net. Like you still have the people on the train, but this is there as a safeguard in case they are, it will slow them down, it will stop them. So that really forced us to start thinking about technology differently. Like the advent of PTC really forced us to start creating new technology for our locomotives, enhanced GPS, enhanced sensors on our locomotives. And that's really what has pushed us into this realm of a lot more data being produced. We went from, and we'll kind of cover it in the next slide, but we went from the only way to get information from a locomotive was to go out and manually pull a tape, and then you had to have someone manually read that tape. So now we get all of that detail and more every 3 seconds from the locomotive. So just think if you have a network of 2,000 locomotives and you're getting 700 data points from them every 3 seconds, that starts to add up pretty quick. And if you don't have a strategy for how to consume that data and how that data can be shared throughout the company, you just have a lot of data points that don't really mean anything. And that's kind of been some of the challenge that we faced. 2015 to 2023, so this is when I first started watching YouTube. And I would probably say I fall into one of the categories of, in 2015, we had a lot more people that were curious about data. We had a lot more folks that were from the business side, but were really wanting to start thinking about things more analytically. Probably a lot like the folks in this room. If you would have joined Norfolk Southern when I did in 2013, you might have been frustrated similar to me. And you might have said, well, I'm gonna find a better way myself. That's good. A lot of people found better ways. A lot of people started producing their own dashboards and visualizations and started using Tableau. But we didn't really have an enterprise strategy for it. So what you had is a lot of people producing maybe redundant things, or maybe folks defining things a little bit differently. So you had two people trying to solve similar use cases. They went out about it a different way. So it was good that we started to use data, but we really didn't have the guardrails in place from an enterprise standpoint to make sure that everyone was kind of moving in a uniform way. And that's kind of what's led us into this next, which is, we really want to win through data. And that's really where we started to turn the page in 2023 and say, we need to have an enterprise-wide data strategy. We need to move to a more, a data warehouse or a data architecture standpoint or strategy that looks a little bit more with the times. Teradata was great, but the cloud gives you the ability to make your data more interoperable. It doesn't live in these siloed domains. It doesn't live in these locomotive data's over here and car data's over here, people data's over here. because it really takes tying together the data from all assets in the company to tell the story. And it's really crazy to think about how we've solved some historical challenges by using a data point you would think would be completely unrelated. Using locomotive positioning to tell us, to tell customers when we're going to be there. Like, how many of you guys have ordered a package from Amazon and it says like you're 3 stops away, you're 2 stops away, 1 dorm away? I mean, it might be a little difficult here, but that's the value that Amazon's providing for their customers, and that's value that we're starting to provide for our customers by leveraging geofencing, leveraging locomotive positioning. Everyone's got a cell phone, right? Well, all the crews have cell phones now too. They report cars moved and pulled and spotted on their cell phone devices, and we know the one universal truth is the cell phone's always listening and always knows where you are. So let's leverage that to tell our customers where we are, and to tell our customers when we'll be there, and to tell our customers more precisely when things occurred so that they can run their business more, in a more optimized fashion with us. Because that's really how the railroad will win in the future. Is we have to become more truck-like. Meg can probably speak to it better than me. And one way you can become more truck-like is to become more customer-centric, customer-focused, customer-friendly. And most customers want hands-off, using technology to say when things are going to be there more precisely. I don't want to have to look for it. I want you to tell me. I want you to push it to me. So that's kind of how we started to transition our way to current state. It started very manually. I would say there was again, go to Jeff Slager. It's on his notepad somewhere. So if you want to know train speed from 1995, and say you probably need to look for a manila folder somewhere in Jeff's old office, and you might sift through there and find it. But we've just slowly started to work our way into this current environment where the data is available, but now it's a matter of putting strategy around it to make it available. But also, being available doesn't mean, I would say this, it's accessible, but being accessible doesn't mean it's available in the way that you need it to be to make the actual business decision. So this is kind of just a really very elementary way of looking at our just locomotives. I kind of talked about previous state. He had the guy, he would literally climb on the engine. He had to have this little machine. He'd plug into the locomotive. It would take about 15 minutes to download the information from the locomotive. Then he'd have to take it back to his computer, which had to be a special computer. Couldn't just be a regular computer. It had to be a special computer. And then he would play that tape, and it was really something where you had to be a subject matter expert in how to read the tape to actually be able to understand what it was telling you. And it was just very, very manual, very difficult, and I would say the burden of using it was so manually intensive that we just didn't use the data from our locomotives in the decision-making process, because you could only pull one day at a time. So you just think about the time it would take to try and create 30, 60, 90 days worth of history for what a job did using their locomotive. You really couldn't gain any insights from that. You fast forward to today, the new event recorders on our locomotives are pushing this information every 3 seconds. So we know exactly how the train's being handled. Is it being handled in compliance with energy management? So from a sustainability standpoint, we want to make sure that the engines are being operated in the most fuel efficient, energy efficient manner possible. So if you don't need to be pedal to the metal, burning, the most fuel, we don't want you to do that. We want you to it's kind of like the people who take off 70 miles an hour from the stoplight, and then you catch up to them at the next stoplight, and you're look over and you're was it worth it? We want an easy, gradual ascent or descent, and we still want to get there on schedule, but we want to get there in the most fuel efficient manner possible. But really, the locomotives have unlocked so much potential, and it's really because now we have the technology to push this information to us. And now, my team's effort is, we've got the technology, we're getting the data, but now how do we leverage that data to tell the story and start creating value for different sectors of the business? So I kind of started thinking about We talked a lot about the legacy of Norfolk Southern, why a company with the legacy of Norfolk Southern is predispositioned to just inherent challenges of maybe having a more formal, robust data strategy in today's environment. Why maybe, I'll just be honest, we're playing a little bit of catch up with some of the other industries that maybe their roots aren't as deep as Norfolk Southern in terms of their time. The organization has to value and cannot be resistant to data. A company with the legacy of Norfolk Southern, inherently, there hasn't always been a value for data. I go back to the examples I mentioned. The value is placed on someone's personal experience and that person's personal exposure to different aspects of the business. So if you ask the guy who ran, like we say, like Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, if you ask the guy who ran Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, if we should switch cars at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, he's probably going to tell you yes. One, he has a personal relationship with the people who work there. It's not based on like whether that's good for the business. It's based on like what he thinks is good from his personal exposure. So you kind of have to break these biases and this like hesitation to leverage data to really move forward. And that's really probably been like the biggest hurdle for us. And again, it starts from the top. It wasn't until our new CEO, Alan Shaw, said, like, we will leverage data to make a better tomorrow than what we are today, until this really is, you can have me in this job, and I can go to every meeting and advocate for data, but unless we have support from our senior leadership that it is important, you're only going to make so much headway. Like, I would say I'm a fairly convincing person, but I can only convince so many. Data literacy and the definitions around the data that we have has always been a challenge at Norfolk Southern, because we were producing so much data at a time where it wasn't valued or important. So like you kind of have all this legacy data flowing in, and because I don't know if you guys have ever taken like a data governance class, but there's these positions in the company that are supposed to be like the data stewards, or like the data owners that are supposed to kind of understand what the data is, what it means, how it can create value for different parts of the company, and really be the advocate for that data in every conversation. And Norfolk Southern just hasn't had those positions. So we had all this data flowing in. Locomotives are now pushing data to us every 3 seconds, and there's no one advocating for how it should be used. So we're playing catch up a little bit there, but it's something that we've taken a very strong stance around creating a more formalized roles and responsibilities about. You have a product owner, you have a data owner, and really developing that within our data governance strategy. Data, not always a requirement. That goes back to, we're developing applications for function. I need I go back to like the conversation around PTC. The government mandated that we create PTC to create a safer railroad for our communities. We knew that we needed PTC to be able to stop a train if I'm going too fast. So we put all these sensors, and we mapped our entire railroad, and we had this robust system of geofences, and we knew exactly how fast you should be going at every inch of our railroad is mapped. They developed that entire application to serve those functional needs of the mandate from the government. They didn't really develop the application to say, all right, like, I'm solving this problem, what all data is going to be generated from this, and then what are the use cases throughout the rest of the company. So again, I go back to, we have data flooding in. We didn't have a preconceived way of how that was going to be used to create value. And that's kind of where we're at now. All right, like, hey, all this data exists. What's past is past. How do we take what we have, make it interoperable with all of our different data sets, and then create value for the business, our customers, and our communities? Data interoperability, a lot of these things go hand in hand. You think of the railroad, you think of probably 4 main asset classes. You have people, you have locomotives, you have rail cars, and you have track. Those are the main 4 assets that we own. Historically, all 4 of those asset classes have 4 separate applications that manage those assets. 4 separate applications that produce data to different places, 4 separate data sets that don't talk to each other. crew data, locomotive data, track data, car data, just completely disconnected. So how do we, take a fresh look at that and say, how do we create interoperability between all of those different data sets to make sure that we can say, it's not enough to just say this is what happened to a locomotive. I need to be able to say, use all the different data from our crews, our locomotives, our track, and our cars to really tell that full story, to paint that broad picture so that we can make the best decision possible. And that's a large driver of why we're going cloud-based. Creating a data fabric that allows all of our data to be intertwined in a way that you can create any number of outputs that you want using data from all of our sources to create the most intelligent output possible. And then again, this all really ties into a data strategy and governance, which is probably one of the most important parts. Is you have to have a strategy, you have to have roles and responsibilities, you have to have defined ownership before you can really progress. And I think that's the most, to me, the biggest takeaway as I started to go through this is a lot of you guys are going to go into companies that are going to be at different iterations of this journey. Hopefully they're maybe farther along than we are, and you won't have to deal with some of these challenges that we do. But I can assure you that in our data strategy, we benchmarked, I think, 170 different companies, and a lot of them, they probably fit in a nice linear path of some are ahead of us by 2 to 3 years, some are behind us by 2 to 3 years, some are right where we are. And so the odds are that you're going to go into an environment where you're going to have to use your education and your experiences here to be able to handle and tackle some of these challenges that it's not because anyone did anything wrong, it's just because data came at the business so fast, and there's been such an expansion of data over the last 10 to 15 years that companies that existed before that time, they did not have the foresight sometimes to see, to prepare for it in advance. And really just quickly, because I want to leave some time maybe for questions, and I also turned my phone off, so I don't know how long I've been talking. How is NS overcoming some of these technical challenges, and how do we communicate? What would we say is a good strategy for connecting to some non-technical? The art of simplification is key. We have so many highly talented people that will make the dashboard look amazing, but if it's not easily consumed by the business, tell a story in as few visualization and graphs as possible. The people that create the most value for the business are the ones that can tell a story instantly. I'm looking at this graph, I know exactly what you want me to take from this. Then you got other people who are this graph is interactive, and this graph talks to you, and this graph, it's great, but for the casual consumer of the data in a non-technically oriented company, it's going to be a little bit over their head. Add value for the non-technical users. When we develop applications, when we develop data, it has to be better than their alternative. If you produce a new product or a new application or a new way of looking at something, and it just creates the same outcome that they've done today, it's not going to be, it's going to be tough to get that over the hill. I got the signal. So I've seen some of you guys taking the pictures. We could talk more, but I do want to make sure I don't go over my time. I really want to quickly hit on 3 things that Norfolk Southern is doing that's revolutionizing the industry, because I've talked about how we're trying to play catch up, and I don't want you to think that we're just completely incompetent. But what is new at NS with regards to data? These are our new digital and train inspection portals. These train inspection portals will produce 700 pictures per rail car, and the cameras are so fast that a train can be operating through the portal at 40 miles per hour, and it captures every aspect of the rail car that we're looking at. It can tell you so precisely of whether that red thing that on the right picture, that's an air hose, we can tell if it's 5.1 inches or 2.5 off of the rail. And what that's doing is helping enhance our safety. If we look for certain characteristics of a rail car, we can be proactive in stopping the rail car if certain characteristics are off spec. I've talked a lot about geofencing. This is actually a project my team is leading. essentially geofencing our entire network. Every customer, every interchange, every switch will be geofenced, and we will leverage the data from what we call MTR devices, or mobile train reporting devices, and the locomotives to provide pretty much use cases for every part of the business, whether it's predictive spot times for our customers, looking at trending information around where our crews spend their time. One of the biggest black holes for the railroad is I have a crew that works for 10 hours. Historically, unless someone's out watching them, we don't know how much time they spent where. So that's data that will be, very useful for our field teams to be able to optimize their service plan. And then really one of the last ones is this concept of rail pulse. This is basically a project of putting GPS and sensors on every rail car so that we get continuous information from our rail cars about their safety. Again, it's kind of similar to the portal. We'll get safety data from them. We'll know where the rail cars are so that we can create automated spot times and pull times from our customers. So when does the rail car leave the customer's geofence? I don't need to ask the conductor what time it was. I'll know definitively when did I remove that car from the industry. And this is just kind of a view of kind of where the sensors will be. We have what we call handbrakes. If you leave a handbrake on a rail car and start going down the road, have you ever seen a rail car with sparks? Like a lot of times because someone left a handbrake on there, and usually it's just a oversight on the conductor's part, but we'll have sensors on every handbrake, so we will know definitively if a handbrake was left on the car and make sure that every handbrake is unapplied before the train starts moving. And then we just really want to say thank you to VT because we have had 4 separate data analytical projects that have been led by Virginia Tech over the years. And you can kind of see some of the projects up here, ranging from any degree of, optimizing service product for our customers, looking at inspection portals or detectors. We've had various opportunities to interact with Virginia Tech over the years, and we'll actually be sponsoring one of the capstone projects this year, and we're really excited about that opportunity as well. So, am I out of time, or do we want questions, or cut me off? 2 questions. Okay. Any questions from the audience, or? Okay.
Tell us about your data team and what post-COVID. What do you think about synergy and bringing people back to work? And is your team work distributed? Are they in one place? Can they work from home?
So we're hybrid. So we have a team that works. My team specifically is 3 days in the office, 2 days at home. We're flexible. But what we found is we get a lot of value out of working collaboratively in one room. When our team was originally stood up, we actually didn't have offices. So we were all in this one big conference room. We had computers around, and they, my analysts liked it so much that they now actually choose on Mondays to work together in one big conference room. And that's the day where they if they have projects that touch someone else's projects and data sets that they need to share between them, they use that Monday to kind of do that, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, they'll work in the office independently, and then Thursday, Friday, remote. But we found that the hybrid model, it helps us collaborate. We can go meet face-to-face with the business, and I just think that it's definitely, that balanced approach has been very beneficial for us.
So I know you mentioned that you got a lot of data just stored in filing cabinets somewhere throughout somebody's office. Have you taken any steps to try to digitize some of that archived data? Have you found that there's potentially use for using some of that archived data and developing newer solutions?
Yeah, a lot of that effort was kind of driven back in the early 2000s of digitizing a lot of the legacy data sets that were kept manually. Since then, we are producing most of our data towards a more formalized data warehouse, whether we have a few on-prem solutions. The biggest issue right now is it exists, in many cases, not interoperable, which is now going to the cloud will allow us to take all of those primarily 3 on-prem data warehouses and move them all to the same data fabric to where everything will be seamlessly interoperable. So we're on our way. Last one.
You talked a little bit about it, but how do you create and foster that culture of awareness in regard to data interoperability, the data itself, rather than just sources of truth?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we have worked on is making sure that every piece of the business has a sponsor on my team. So if mechanical is having a meeting about an application, they have a liaison on my team that would be a part of the meeting and kind of think about like what kind of use cases can we solve with the data being produced from this application. So I think making sure that every part of the business has a connection back to the more formal data analytics team is critical to be able, like it almost creates a partnership, right? Like they have a sponsor on my team that really is committed to adding value for them. And then we, are the conduit between the business and IT to make sure that their voice is heard through there. But that, kind of take that burden off of them of having to actually communicate their requirements. So I think we're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you
Oh,
so
so you're behind me kicking me off. I didn't see that. You snuck up on me.
No, it's the thank you.
Oh, okay.
So please join me in thanking Andrew for a really compelling and I think very relevant conversation for this audience. I would say Andrew has achieved more in 10 years at Norfolk Southern than what I can think of almost any other person that has that tenure, and there's a reason. He is compelling, he's very likable, and he uses data to challenge the status quo. And if you listened to him for about 5 minutes, you could tell that what he does when he comes to one of the many departments he's in is he challenges the status quo and finds a better way to do business with data. And so it's one of the reasons why he's advanced so quickly. And I would just say as a teaser, Andrew is also going to be the project sponsor for this year's 2023 Norfolk Southern project. So if you like what he had to say and you like where our company is headed in using data that comes every 3 seconds from 2,000 locomotives and 35,000 rail cars and 19,000 miles of track, it's going to be rich with data, and you'll get to work with Andrew, which is great. So I'm going to turn it over to Jay. I think he's got some important announcements before we hit our break.
All right, thank you, Megan. A couple of things I should have announced earlier, administrative items. If we have an emergency situation, fire drill, we're going to exit, go to the left, go out to the courtyard by Eggleston. Restrooms are out and to the right. And then lastly, we had some miscommunication on parking. So if you are parked over in the bookstore parking lot, come see me now. You're going to need to move, unfortunately. And we will reconvene at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Everybody would please take your seats. Can we get back convened here? So I have the pleasure today of introducing Donna Wertalik. And Donna, I'm going to give a little thumbnail sketch on you here before I turn it over to you. Donna's role encompasses a wide variety of things for the Pamplin College of Business and Virginia Tech. Marketing, branding, metrics for the business school, as well as leading the strategic efforts of Pamplin's virtual identity for Virginia Tech social media organization, Prism, and we have a couple of friends up here with her as well. So Donna has taught in all areas of marketing, including undergraduate, graduate, and PhD bridge programs. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Marketing from Fairleigh Dickinson University, as well as a Master of Science in Marketing and a graduate certificate in social media and data analytics from Southern New Hampshire University. And now you're going to hear today about a newer initiative called Voices of Privacy. So please let me welcome Donna to the stage. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you so much. If this is working or not. I'm not sure if, okay, it is working. Thank you all. I'm really excited. I'm honored. I want to thank Jay and the Center for Business Analytics in allowing us some time to talk to you. So I usually teach 600, so this is an easy crowd for me today. So I wanted to go through, as Jay mentioned, I've been in marketing about 28 years. My colleague and co-host, Dr. France Boulanger, has been in privacy in the areas of research and studying globally for almost 30 years. So I'll give you a little story before we start, and I promise I'm going to keep us on time as well. So when I started doing some things a few years ago, way before, about 2018, 2019, someone said, will you do a talk about your online digital footprint, right? What does that mean? What does that look like? So way back in even before that, I guess 2016, I'd talk to athletics, and I'd say, what are you doing online? And how are you curating good content and things that you can share versus what other things you may be sharing online, right? So kind of looking at that and separating the physical self from the digital self. So then I started to get a couple of different interviews in, and we started talking about all these things and just about how the public was unaware of tracking, data privacy. I mean, we have an idea of it, but ask different ages and stages, and people have all different opinions. So one day, my colleague, France, emailed me an article, and I said, well, I'm doing this. And she said, why don't we get together? I've got a crazy idea. And I said, the world runs on crazy. Let's go. So we met at Bolo's, and she said, what if we came together and did something? She goes, I don't want to write a book. Everyone writes the books or whatever. And I said, yeah, that's a lot too. And so we said, what about a show? What about something that we could do for the public? And so this is completely consumer facing. It's Utprism at its best that I may serve. So I'm going to go through a little bit of the program. We're going to go through questions. I'm going to tell you where we're headed, which is really exciting. We've got some last minute, really, really exciting news to share, and some of the other locations that will be presenting our program. So before I even go any further, I want to open it up with a video. So empowering you through information, privacy, awareness, and education, right? What does that mean? What does that mean for you versus you versus you? It's different, right? In terms of where you are you empowering yourself privately in terms of privacy? Do you have others? Do you have children? Do you have parents? Do you have grandparents? How do you look at the scope of online and what's being done? So with that said, I want to open our first quick video.
How many users do we have on the internet? We have over 5 billion users today. Every minute, there are over 2.4 million searches. Imagine if you took a step for every click you made since you woke up this morning. How far would you walk? Every step you take, every footprint online, they leave information about the searcher. That is you. Where and when does your digital journey end?
So that was our opening video teaser. Before I continue, I just want to introduce my colleagues, my amazing Prismites. This is Lauren and Reese, who will be helping me along. They're in the organization Prism, and they're actually on the Voices of Privacy account too. So I just wanted to give them. But looking through this and thinking about it, so the first line was, how far would you go if you took a click for every step you took, right? So think about it. Since you woke up this morning, how many clicks have you taken? How far would you walk? And who's walking with you? When I ask my students that, I say, how important is privacy? It's not important at all. So I say, let's look at it from the physical standpoint. Let's think about it from the standpoint of your physical, your house. So it's not important. You leave your doors open. You leave all the money on the table. You say, no, I don't mean that. Well, if you think about it from the digital world, you're doing exactly that. And so our intent of this program, we're not going to change things overnight. But we're going to create awareness, interest, desire, action, and educate and empower people to at least understand what they're doing online, the differences. And as we know, technology is the speed of light. And more data has been collected, in the past 10 years than ever before in history. What are they doing with that data? What are they doing with data when we were filling something out when we were 20 or 22? And now it's 20, 30 years later. It's commercialization of data, right? It's still there. So let's go to the next slide. So why it matters. Rapid technology, right? Privacy, the uncharted waters. And if you've ever been, and I hope none of you ever have been, a victim of identity theft, it is one of the most earth-shattering aspects that you will go through, and in so many different instances. So uncharted waters, we are trying to stay not online, ahead of it, to see what is coming up ahead, right? So there is lack of information, education, time. We are a time-poor society, right? We have no time. We're going to just accept all cookies, swipe up, go there. That's what hackers are hoping for, that we're not paying attention. Because the minute the eye comes off the ball, that's when the investigation starts to come. This is not to scare you. It's to educate you, to create awareness, and hopefully empower you by the end. Next up. So yes, here we are. Franz and I we met a long time ago. I say she saved my life because she found my wallet, which is my life. And so we've been having a lot of fun. It's a lot of work. And we're going to just kind of go through this program, where it is and where we're headed, to bring you awareness and hopefully help you along or help others along as well. So our mission is to elevate public awareness, educate about information, privacy challenges, and solutions in the digital world, right? And how do we empower ourselves to make informed decisions regarding our online choices, right? So this past year, there has been more and more awareness of consumers stopping and saying, do you want to accept these cookies? Do you want to manage these cookies? So when we started this last semester and we launched it out with our students said, I didn't even know I had a choice on cookies. I didn't even know what these were. So just pausing, taking one moment just to pause and saying, what's being asked of me? What am I giving away? That's one part of it. I'll also talk about the other part of it. So we have insights. So in terms of the different areas that we provide, and I'm going to give you a little snippet of each, we have webisodes. So those webisodes, in keeping with the world today, we try to keep them to 5 or 7 minutes, right? We're trying to look at things strategically. So this summer, what did we launch? Privacy doesn't take a vacation, right? How many of you, we'll show a little snippet, you're in a hotel room, you see a blue light, it's a camera, right? How many times are you thinking about this? Your children, your parents, everyone, and children are targeted so much. But you know who the greatest target is? Anyone want to ask? Anyone for an extra credit point? Anyone want to ask who you think, you know, in this world, what we focus on, what we've seen is one of the biggest targets? It's close. Yes, they are they're up there, but the other one is college students. Why? Because you have no credit scores yet, right? You're easy to hack, you're busy, and so this we see happening all of the time. Because, and I don't want to use the word oblivious, but like we're all running through this world and you've got grades and you've got this and you've got that, and it's like, I got to put something aside. So know that. So know that in essence about that. So we've got webisodes to do it. So let's look at a quick little snippet. Hopefully it all comes together.
Privacy on vacation takes multiple forms. For example, there have been many reports of hotel guests being recorded on camera, as well as dire statistics that 11% of Airbnb guests report finding a hidden camera in the place they rented.
So all of these resources are provided for the public, and we're working in a number of different areas. So we are also working with the superintendent on Montgomery County Schools. Why? Because we know that social media and online activity starts in the home. How many times do you look at a family and everyone's like this? It's almost like they're training the child to also look like this. They're learning, you're conditioning them, right? So think about it when they go online and think about the pressures. And some of you know the pressures of social. Instagram specifically has been proven to create depression among teens, suicide, of this look of you should look like this, when no one really does. Photoshop does a really, really great job. So we're trying to bring more and more awareness. So we did privacy on vacation. We also did, your kids are home and they're online. What are they doing? How do we get more kids outside, right? Go back to the playgrounds and really, really, or have this present conversation instead of this conversation. It's almost impossible because we are so driven, we're conditioned, the bzz, right? And it lives and it drives our lives so many different times. So webisodes. So the next one, we have privacy talks. We interview experts, and this has been really, really great. We interview experts from whether it's smart cars. Anyone drive a Tesla here? Okay, me either. But thinking about it, and thinking about if you purchase a Tesla, it will not work properly unless you give its data, right? Cars, and there was just an article the other day, my TA actually sent it to me, about all the data points that are used to track. Yes, it's your driving, yes, it's your speed, all of that, and they have these insurance apps, but it's you they're tracking. In fact, I think it was 2017 at the Consumer Electronics Show, Toyota came out with a model, And it didn't go live, but it was the idea of kind of a plug-in into your car. And this plug-in would grow with you. So you get the plug-in at 16. They learn about your driving skills. Then you get a new car, plug in again. Now you're 22. Now you're 30. The car learns about you. The car stays with you, and this packet collects all your data throughout it. Brilliant, right, for car companies to understand that. It didn't release. Maybe they're still working on it. But that's just one of the things. But let's take a quick look at privacy talks.
What is it, and why are these smart cars collecting so much information, and what kind of information are they collecting?
Yeah, so smart cars are really computers on four wheels, right? And they collect all sorts of data. And you might even ask, what's the kind of data they're not collecting? They're collecting any data about the car itself, the way you drive it, and also data about you, ranging from the route you're traveling, to the acceleration and braking data, to even the position of your seat and the radio station you're listening to.
So that, I mean, and those are smart cars, obviously, but cars are getting more and more efficient in technology and working through. So what do? So we have these webisodes, right? And we talk and we discuss these issues. Then we have privacy talks. Then we do how-tos. We show people exactly in very simple steps. I try to do the how-tos in less than 5 minutes of how to manage your settings, how to manage your privacy settings on your iPhone, right? How to get, how many of you get so many different calls, et cetera. Even the secret, kind of area and code where to put your phone on silence and not get any of those spam calls, right? There's all sorts of little tricks. Facebook setting, Instagram settings, TikTok settings, Snapchat, WeChat, all of it, everything that we're so connected with, we're doing how-tos on. We haven't built the whole bank up, but we are, and there's some reasonings for that. So let's take a quick look at a how-to. You'll be able to see my Facebook on this.
Welcome to Voices of Privacy. My name is Donna Wertalik, and today I will walk you through some of the key settings to use to control what ads are displayed on your Facebook feed. I will use my computer for this. First, let's answer the question. How do they do it? How do they target ads that are so relevant to my preferences? Tracking. Let's go specifically into the settings so you can see how you can do this and really manage what ads you see and what ads you don't.
So that's important too, because here's the thing, and I'm a marketer, right? So if you're able to put your preferences, if you're on Facebook and you click those 3 little dots of why am I seeing this ad, it'll be a profile of what you like, what you didn't like. Even if you didn't ever register that you had a dog, but you mentioned a dog, you mentioned Florida, you mentioned whatever, all of a sudden that's part of your profile. You have the ability, you have the power to change your settings to not only say, you know what, I'm not interested in dogs or Florida, I am interested in Paris and Italy, and all of a sudden that content will come to you. So it really is a value for you to take the time and understand it. So these how-tos, you'll see, everything is at a 3rd grade level. Why? Because it's for the consumers. We are not going to put together something that sounds any form of scholarly research because we'll lose our audience. They want to understand it, they want to come back, and they want to also apply it too, which is so, so important. So, like I said, we're going to be meeting with the Montgomery County superintendent, elementary school parents, and their kids, and talking about it because it starts as young as that. We're going to be presenting at Senator Warner's conference at the end of September, really breaking through and showcasing that. And we're just trying to get as much awareness, education, and really, really engagement for you to say, I get it, or you made me think. That's all I want to do today, is make you pause and say, maybe I need to check on something. Get ahead of it. I'm a big proponent of proactive versus reactive. Next slide. And then our articles. So with all the webisodes, and then we talk to people, and then we tell you how to do it, and then we share articles. So whether it was Threads that was coming out, or ChatGPT, or AI, we're trying to stay on top of that as much as possible. There was just an article that came out that discuss Zoom, right, and potential privacy issues. So I posted it on behalf of Voices of Privacy, and someone said, we're very protected. I said, this is just general, what Zoom is starting to do. We just need to be aware of it. Or text, this is my favorite. We just finished, I'm trying to stay on top. We just finished 2 episodes. One are scams. How many of you ever gotten a text that said, I left my shoes at your house, can I come get them? You look like a nice person, right? You'd be like, sorry, you have the wrong information. Then they'd say, oh, I'm so sorry, what's your name? Where do you live? What are they doing? They're phishing. They're pulling more and more information. It's as simple as that. And I will tell you, I'll be completely honest, I was with France, and I got a text, and someone said, oh, I left my dress there. I was like, oh my gosh, they have the wrong number. We're kind people, right? She's like, don't respond to it, they're phishing. I just talked to somebody at tech, really high up, and they said, I got the same thing. And they're like, oh, is this the number? And I said, no, and then I never answer it, but then it was like, oh, are you in New York? What are you doing? All sorts of stuff. So there's all sorts of that. There's also phishing, right? So if we can do, and I don't want to overcomplicate things, but deep fake video with AI. Years ago, my father fell into it where he was 80 at the time, he's passed now, but a call came in, and they said, your granddaughter has been arrested. Freshman in high school. She never left her room. She was a pretty low-key kind of kid. So the story goes, she left with a friend to go to Starbucks. Okay, that checks off. Maybe she left high school or whatever the case. But then the friend got stopped, and the friend had drugs, and then her and the friend, and she'll be arraigned at 4 o'clock, and you need to bring $5,000, but don't tell anybody. So my dad then called his friend, Jimmy, who's former NCIS, and said, Jimmy, what do you think? And he says, I think it looks like a scam. Then he called my husband. They all talked for the longest time. Nobody called me. And I'll never forget, it was April 2nd. My husband said, you need to sit down for this. I can't believe it's not April Fool's. And he told me what it is, and I said, has anyone called the high school? No. Call the high school. I called the high school. She's been in class all day. My dad was ready to give $5,000, and he had no information. She said, Grandpa. I said, they call you Poppy. And then he said, is this Parker? Yes, it's Parker. And they had someone screaming in the back. Help me, help. I mean, it's crazy. Now with AI and what they can do, we need to be aware of this. We need to be on our feet about it. So, understanding tracking, implications for your privacy, right? And then just looking and thinking about data and misuse, and just being very, very aware of things. 60% of people on the planet are now online. Most internets are not concerned about the amount of information available. Most do not take steps to even limit that information. You know what happened years ago, which some of you may say, there was never the endless scroll. The scroll ended at some point, but now it's continuing, right? There's all sorts of advancements to technology. Next up. So where we come in. Education, like I said, understand how these technologies handle all of our information. Even right now, right? I'm being filmed, I'm being recorded. You're here as well. They could ID your face, attach it to something. It all goes on and on. Expertise, insights from privacy professionals. We love to talk to everybody. In fact, you may realize a couple of weeks ago, the police sent an email out about a scam. It's like an Instagram scam or something along those lines. I asked Chief Haga, and I said, can we interview you on what to look for? Can we further educate the students of not falling for these types of scams? Next up. And empower. To really empower, and it's not scary. You have the power, and especially however you are, the younger, whatever it is, protect yourself. You wouldn't just put yourself out there to everybody, right? Don't do it online either. You've got value. And community. So we want you to follow it. You can follow us, you cannot, but if you have any questions, we want to build more awareness. We've looked around, and no one is kind of doing this in the country. France and I are yin and yang. France never shares anything. She's privacy. I'm sharing my life away. But we come together, and we really, really build something for the future, for the community. So, preparing for the digital information landscape, as we call it. So, subscribe, listen to our polls, social media channels for updates. Our most exciting thing is that we just found out, we're working through details, we're going to be on a local TV station once a month. Voice of Privacy, the series. And we are going to be working through, we're also working, our materials are going to be in McGraw-Hill. So we're working on that in the spring. we are trying to hit every aspect that we can. If you see an area and you're like, are you talking about this? Do you want to talk about this? Come talk to us. And I want to thank Pamplin College of Business because they have supported us. This started under Dean Summercross and now is under Dean Sarker because the importance of it, it's an impact, it's a societal impact that we're trying to create. But without the support or informing all of you, we're not there. So, thank you. There's the QR code if you want to subscribe. And I think I'm 10:29, 10:28. I think I got us back on track for the schedule. But does anyone, questions? Yes?
What are some challenges you face in this space and how do you overcome the projects?
Well, I think in terms of just your digital, I'm from a different generation. So, I didn't grow up with putting everything online. And as I started to build LinkedIn a long time ago. I have about 12,000 people on LinkedIn, but I'd say about 96% of them are Hokies. A lot of my class, who I trust, et cetera. But I started thinking about the digital landscape and my professional brand online. So one example is what I curate. So I curate on 3 aspects: marketing, women in business, and privacy and digital online tracking. Every single time I try to share something, it's usually within those 3 aspects. So marketing, jobs, et cetera. But so I want them to know, if I want this, Donna talks a lot about that. Voices of Privacy talks a lot about that, whatever. You curate content to become more of a subject matter expert and build the community. So those are the positive ways to work through. Some of the negative ways, we've worked with some of our platforms and many years ago got hacked. Found out that, there's about 25 people a year that try to hack Virginia Tech for all sorts of different reasons. So just awareness, what are they hacking? Grade, whatever it is. But just awareness and knowing password protection, dual mobile. We've really locked down a lot more stuff than we ever have in the past. Thank you. Yes?
Kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. What are your thoughts on companies using your data and patterns to quickly verify you against bad actors?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think in terms of, it's still somewhat evolving, but I think that's all it's about, right? It's patterns, it's tracking, it's understanding, and it's to a certain extent, we want to track and find the patterns so we can deliver value, right? Because brands spend money on that. It's billion-dollar business. So if we don't track and know who you are, we're wasting our time, wasting our money. There's no ROI on that. So from the business perspective, it's really, I think they are getting better at trying to determine it's us and not somebody else. There's a lot of more stops and pauses along the way. Send this code, you will never receive it. So I think in that sense, we're really good. Where we fall is when we are in this time-poor society and we look at things and somebody calls and says it's Apple Care or email or whatever, and you just pick up the phone or you dial it back or whatever, and then you got hacked. So the trends are critical to understand, but the trends so if I knew you were interested in watches, you were interested in blue shirts, whatever it may be, I want to bring that value to you because that's more, and now I'm looking at it, I'm getting value versus spam and things that are just wasting my time. So there's an authenticity to that. Yes?
What are your thoughts on the erosion of privacy and data consent in the lack of options and protections to consumers? You mentioned earlier, does anybody drive a smart car?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when the only option is a smart car that's feeding your data and personal information?
It's really interesting because, someone once said, is privacy dead? It's not. But privacy has evolved and changed so much with the digital landscape. And I think that's really important. And I think we as owners, so there was a company in Texas that said, free coffee, just give us your data. We have to be cognizant of that and really understand what we're giving, what privacy means, but push back. It's same like going to the doctor and just accepting anything or saying, but wait, I have this other thing going on too. Can we talk about this? You're diagnosing me right away. So it's empowerment. It really is. So if there's only smart cars in the future, it's what kind of data are they collecting? What do I own? What does the car company own? How do we really understand? You've got to be part of the conversation. You've really got to put yourself out there because if you're not, and that's why we're trying to educate. Because when you think of senior citizens, you think about all these people across the country, people aren't educated, and they're the easiest ones to kind of hit. So I would say we still have a long way in terms of that, but more awareness. And I think, from online and where it's going, I think that some of the systems are updating, and there's really some interesting things that we're seeing, but people are still getting hacked. They're still getting personal data. We're still having all of these issues, or it could be vishing or phishing, right? Voice phishing, et cetera. So I would say we need to, in the future, we always have choices. And I think it's our choice because it's our data. It's our information. Even biometrics, right? How many of you use Snapchat? I do. I had Franz and I do a Snapchat filter. All the data, isn't that great? Now they can replicate your face, your body, everything. Hi, I'm Donna Wertalik too, right? Whatever it may be. So, yep.
So speaking of that, facial verification, where do you see that merging into this?
I think that, it's been going on for a bit. I think facial recognition is started in a lot of different areas, banks, all your logins, et cetera. I think it's going to have to enhance. I think someone's going to find a way through or replicate someone's face, and all of a sudden that's going to happen. So whether it is a face with a wink or some sort of thing that's a code back to them. They even, with facial recognition, do it with your face? Do you want to do it with a mask? Do you have glasses? Whatever. So they're trying to get more and more specific to make sure it is you. But it's got openings, same as the eyes. And the retinas, all that. It's amazing what they can hack and get into. One more, yep.
Coming off a couple of our questions earlier about having a choice to opt out.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on those legal services that they represent you and ask companies to opt you out of advertising?
Anytime there's a third party involved, they're opting out. What are they doing with your information? So years ago, and if you see it, any type of opt out, a lot of times it's really small, or it's not even shown at all. It's like if you want to, unclick this if you don't want to get our newsletters, or opt out if you don't want to receive this. So a lot of companies have been very, very, I don't want to say sneaky, right? But purposeful in terms of making sure that the consumer that's looking at that, it doesn't really hit their radar. You're reading. So I think in terms of third-party companies, any company that's going to get involved and maybe advocate for my data, what are they doing with my data? Because there's everything leaves a trace. It's like an onion. As you know, you keep unpeeling and peeling. So that's where I would say I'm very, very conscious in any company that comes. It's the question of where's the data, what's the backing, how secure are they? And we know it too. So many things our banks are hacked, all sorts of stuff. Our data is all over the place. So, well, I want to keep in line with the schedule. I want to encourage you all to subscribe. I want to thank you all for listening to me and for Voices of Privacy. Franz is in Canada. She actually has her dad's big birthday, so she couldn't be here. But we are here. Appreciate your support, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. That truly is living the Virginia Tech values. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 10:50 for some information from Dr. Sharef and a poster session. So I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Somewhere else? Good? Thank you all so much. Coming back in from the break here, and a big thank you to CBA for organizing this. I'm the assistant in Pamplin, and so it's so nice to see all of you. I recognize a lot of faces. Hey, Brian, what's up? Good. It's good to have you here. So we're going to switch to a faculty research poster slam session. So if you've never been to a poster slam, Cayce, and so what we have is we have faculty here from around the university, from different departments in Pamplin, as well as from Industrial and Systems Engineering. And I'm going to introduce them each one at a time, and they only have 5 minutes to convince you that their research is very exciting. And hopefully they do a good job, because after they've all had a chance to do their 5 minutes, then we'll open it up for you to come and talk to them at their posters. And so you'll see more details in the research up here, in the posters they've prepared. And I always tell our students, faculty love to geek out about our research. So come talk to us, and we'd love to discuss more. So with that, I am going to get us started. 5 minutes, and we're going to start with Phil. So Phil Thompson, management. So Phil, come on up. And I've got your clicker here.
All right. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm an assistant professor in the management department. Poster slam. I missed the assignment and didn't do a poster. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about curiosity in the workplace. What kind of scientist am I? I am in organizational behavior. Thank you. I'm in organizational behavior, and this is the people stuff in organizations. So we look at why supervisors work better with certain employees and why employees work better with certain supervisors. So here's some places that our research has been covered in the media. The last couple of years, I've been focused in areas like mindfulness, also employee job performance. And the last year, I've been focused on curiosity in the workplace. Who remembers this character? Laura, what's his name? Curious George. Curious George. I love Curious George. Curious George was like about it. Curious George would just wake up in the morning, disobey rules, he'd go to the aquarium, and it was this whole process of how he disobeyed rules but had these great experiences. Curious George takes a train. Curious George goes to the baseball game. So in our literature, curiosity has been shown to be a very, very good thing. Harvard Business Review says it's the most valuable trait that employees can have. Fortune called curiosity a superpower amongst managers. But is curiosity always a good thing? Think about Curious George. What if Curious George worked for you? What if you worked for Curious George? You know, you give Curious George an assignment, and Curious George is like, nah, I got a better way to do this. I'm gonna go to the zoo to do my research. I'm gonna do it all these different ways. So my dad came up with the quote, and yes, it was my dad, I'm sure you heard it before, 1998, is that curiosity killed the cat. And there are so many different ways that curiosity has been portrayed within the literature and the popular media that it may not always be a good thing. This philosopher said that curiosity is insubordination in its purest form. And then let's think about Adam and Eve. In terms of, hey, they were given instruction not to take fruit from, well, you all know the story, okay? But it's this idea that curiosity led to insubordination. So this is what my research is about. I'm fast forwarding here. Our most recent paper that will be in Organizational Behavior and Human Decision-Making Processes and Harvard Business Review took data from about 80 organizations. And here are the key findings that we found. Curiosity can sometimes be viewed as insubordination by their manager. But managers and employees bear responsibility on both sides. So managers should be careful to not view people who want to go a different route as insubordination. It may just be their process. They may come up with a better way of doing things. On the employee side, it's important to ask the right question. So our research found that there is a such thing as a dumb question. And we found that the better type of curiosity is constructive curiosity. Curiosity that kind of helps move the group forward, moves the needle forward. The last thing we found is that employees who have higher levels of political skill, people that also use constructive curiosity, tended to not have their curiosity be viewed as insubordination from their supervisors. That's 5 minutes. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. That was great. And we're going to pass the clicker down to Sean, if you don't mind. Thank you. All right. We're doing a lateral pass here to Sean Hillison from accounting. Take it away, Sean.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Hillison. I'm an assistant professor in the Accounting and Information Systems Department. Excited to be here talking to you a little bit about my research. Now, from a profession standpoint, accountants have been dealing with large data sets as well as performing analytics since the beginning of time. And so I'd like to extend a hand to my esteemed colleagues today and just say, welcome to the party, so to speak.
Now, my research really focuses on financial statement auditors. And before I get into it, let's just talk about who they are. I mean, we have E&Y here. We've got maybe Deloitte. Anybody from Deloitte here as well? Well, they're public accounting firms, and financial statement auditors are the ones that really protect our capital markets. So anybody here heard of the Securities and Exchange Commission? Right? Now, back in 1934, the SEC Act of 1934 said, well, we're going to require all public companies, or all companies that are traded on a U.S. stock exchange, to be audited on an annual basis. And that's what these accounting firms do. They audit the financial statements of these public companies. And so that's where my focus is. And I use psychology research to understand the cognition behind the decisions that auditors make. Now, in this project, let me go back here. This project is with Sudeep Bhattacharjee, as well as Chris Malone. Sudeep Bhattacharjee, he is a professor in ACIS, and Chris Malone is a doctoral student. So it's been a really fun project to work on. Now, we really look at how do financial statement auditors perform their work, whether they're working at their client site or remotely away from their client site. And then, does supervisor monitoring really affect their cognition? And so we performed an experiment with 179 experienced auditors, and we assign each of them to one of 6 conditions. In doing so, we perform a 3x2 between subjects designed for you, maybe some statistics nerds out there. Now, what we find, essentially what we do is we assign each of these participants to either a remote location where they're working away from their client site, or they're working on site at their client location, and then we also assign them to whether they are monitored frequently or less frequently. And what we find is that auditors that are monitored less frequently, that are working remotely, actually do perform better in a creative task. So we give them a task where we ask them to observe some ratio fluctuations, financial statement ratio fluctuations, and we ask them to come up with ideas for why those ratio fluctuations occur. And then we ask them, well, let's do an information search. Can you identify the reason why those fluctuations occurred? And then we counted the number of hypotheses generated and then coded the quality of each hypothesis. And in the essence of time, I'm not going to go through these graphs with you, but overall we find that auditors working remotely perform better on creative problem-solving tasks, but only if supervisors do not constrain them through close monitoring. So thank you.
Our next presenter is from VIT. He's also a Dr. Shrek. We call him number 2. And he will be presenting on research that we're doing together with Dr. Zobel.
Thank you. Is it on? This? Okay. Thank you, number 1. All right. How many of you guys, well, I'm not going to ask how many of you dialed 911. That might be a private issue. But how many of you guys ever dialed 311? Is there anyone who dialed 311? Who knows about 311, what it is? Okay, just very few people. And whenever I share this with other people, they're like, what is 311? Well, 311 is a service available to many communities, not everywhere, but many communities where if you have a non-emergency call, then you can call it, there's a dead animal or there's a tree that fell, and it's not necessarily causing an emergency. So you call this number, and it's handled differently in different communities, but there's an operator who takes the call and reroutes it to a particular municipal service to take care of it. So this system can be indicative of what's going on in the environment, and it becomes especially important, especially during crises, that resources that have to be rerouted. It's not a normal situation, so how do you operate with the existing resources while there's something completely new? So this research brought up by Dr. Zobel wanted to look into this. Dr. Zobel works on resilience especially during some, times of crises. So, like I said, whenever you have something that is not an emergency, you call 311 if you know the service. And there are some set categories that the call is rerouted to, and these are inherently connected to the municipal services. And when these calls, the nature of these calls change, then you need to be able to adjust quickly. And if we can identify what is being needed as quick as possible, then we can use the resources more efficiently. So that's our approach to, first of all, look into not just the label, but the actual content of what's going on with these calls, what's being communicated rather than some kind of a label. So currently, we have a database of 311 calls, and we started applying nowadays standard NLP techniques to capture the content. Then our contribution was to start creating maps from the density of context to create a context map. You know, just like in 3 dimensions, it will constitute, you know, hills and mountains, and that will show you different contexts related to different types of calls. So we did this over time, around the time, several months before and several months after the outbreak of COVID around March 2020. And the next, so this is what we have done so far, just to look into these calls in terms of context. The next thing is going to be, to me, an exciting animation that shows what's going on. So here are these hills actually from a bird's eye view. So watch for how it's going to change around the time of COVID. Then all of a sudden there's a new hill, there's a new mountain, just like a volcano kind of coming up. So what you're seeing, that's now in a loop on the left side, is the actual language context that is changing over time, which is very different than the labels. The labels are on the right-hand side, and they're all over the place. So there is definitely a disconnect between the language used and the labels that are assigned. So that means that probably what is being assigned is not done efficiently. So the next part of so we're going to analyze this data, but we want to incorporate large language models to be able to train them and with different types of categories that we're hoping to find, and do a through analysis to see how we can reroute these services better. So this is the ongoing work. So like I said, this is an exciting new framework that we're currently working on and analyzing, and we're hoping to extend it to AI and be able to kind of get new directions to be more efficient and more resilient, especially in times of crises. Thank you.
2 seconds left. That's great work. Thank you so much to number 2. And next we have Joe Simpson and Karen Schnatterly from the management department.
Hi, yeah, I'm Karen Schnatterly. This is my colleague Joe Simpson, and we're working on a project called Information Security as a Strategic Capability, by which we mean at the firm level. This is what the firm can do to impact its information security problems. We think of this as a firm's information security capabilities. So this is going to vary by firm, and the capability is the capability to protect the firm from security breaches. And there are 2 ways that firms can think about this. One is from a very much a threat assessment capability, which is more focusing on negative outcomes and anticipating breaches. And the other is from a protection capability, which is more about the community of the firm is thinking about how can we keep our firm safe. So you can see the very different underlying thinking behind these 2 different kinds of capabilities. And so the next question is obviously, what do we think they should be able to do? They should be able to not only secure you from the greater likelihood of a breach, they should also reduce the size of a breach should you get one. And we also think on top of just those capabilities that a firm can cultivate and grow and be better at or worse at that than their competitors, we think that a firm's top management, if there's, for example, a structural position of a CTO or CIO, that's going to make a difference. We also think if there is someone on the board with technological skills who can ask the right questions, that's also going to make the difference. We also think there are some boards of directors of the firms, which sort of oversee and supervise the CEO, that have an extra committee called the Technology Committee or a Security Committee. And we think if a board has one of those, that will also help amplify the positive effects of the threat and protection capabilities. And a lot of those things are because, as many of you know, if there's not someone whose job it is to do something, it does not get done. And so we think that is something that's very important to think about in terms of the information security space.
And I'll discuss the methods. So we collected a total of about 500 data breaches for publicly traded companies. So there weren't a whole lot of breaches that we could identify for these publicly traded companies. When we merged our data together, we ended up with about 360 breaches where 0 or 1, 0, the firm did not experience a data breach, and 1 if it did, as well as the number of records involved with the data breach in question. And so we merged a few different data sets. We collected 65,000 firm year annual reports, turned those into text analysis using computer-aided text analysis for that. We measured protection and threat assessment capabilities using dictionaries, and we scanned those and counted the number of mentions in those firm year annual reports, merged that with firm financial data, and did some logit and Poisson analysis for that, or Poisson rather, and with fixed effects controlling for a number of different factors. And so here's the results that we came up with. In predicting data breach, whether a firm was likely to experience a data breach or not next year, based on their firm's reports in year 0, predicting 1 year ahead, we didn't really find anything significant with regard to protection, threat, CTO, or chief technology officer, or chief information officer, directors with tech experience, or anything like that. What we did find, however, that there is a complex interaction between protection capabilities and threat capabilities. I don't have enough time to explain it. I've got a graph up here, happy to talk to you about it, but I don't have time for that. And then we also found, surprisingly, predicting breach size 1 year in the future, that protection capabilities and threat capabilities actually positively predict breach size. So firms with threat and protection capabilities have larger breaches and are more likely to experience breaches than those without. And so again, there's an interaction there. It's very complex. It helps reduce it in some situations, as opposed to others. It actually intensifies that relationship. So that explains that both protection and threat capabilities are important, and they interact together in complex ways. We also found that in predicting our breach size, that firm CTOs, CIOs actually predict breach size as well, increase the size of those breaches, or associated with increased size, and directors with tech experience. So we don't quite know how to explain that yet. We're still preliminary in our data and data analysis, but these are the results we currently have. Thank you.
Very good. All right, and next we're going to come over here to Florian Zach, who is a professor from HTM. Florian.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I understood the assignment a little bit differently, so I'm going to give you an overview over a couple of studies that I have been doing together with some of my colleagues in my department and my PhD students. The one thing I'm really interested in is disruption in the service industry, and it's a big topic, so each study looks at something a little bit different from a theoretical angle. So let's just go through it. So you might hear my accent. I'm from Austria. I enjoy living in the New River Valley, but the Blue Ridge Mountains don't really cut it when it comes to skiing. So I'll show you something here. So that's Austria, a map of Austria. In the circled area, I did a study. That's an area that has 100 ski resorts in an area that's 4 times the size of the New River Valley. So there's fierce competition. And I was interested in, well, how can some of those ski resorts introduce some new attractions, specifically for summertime? And somehow over time, those attractions all became very, very similar. So I was interested in what motivates those companies to become always more similar over time. And one thing we found was actually the participation in ski pass alliances was a major driver for that. So working with your partners really drove that similarity by a lot. I have those slides too where I write, since this is a data audience, I wrote up everywhere, like, where we got the data from. This is from an Austrian research agency, and we scraped some of the ski resort websites. All right, next one, market entry. There's a new thing in the hotel industry, and it's called dual brand hotel. So this is one property that actually has two flags, how they call it in the industry, on it. So if you look at the picture, you see the Marriott and the Residence, and those are both Marriott brands. And those hotel companies have a lot of brands to choose from. Marriott at this point has 30 brands, Hilton 19 brands. So it's a new trend to open buildings and say the first 6 floors are X and the next floors up are Y. And we were interested in, well, which 2 brands do you want to go, do you want to choose when you go into a new hotel market? Like, you want to come to Blacksburg and you want to open a dual brand hotel, which brands should this be? So we looked at, if you have 2 brands that are, the black line is like the market mean of brands. Do you want to be above, below? Like, do you want to have 1 brand above, 1 brand below, and so on? And turns out the best strategy actually is you come into a market and you have 2 brands that are above the market mean. And we found that quite interesting. So that was another study. All right, repositioning in the sense of for tourism offices. So I got my hand on data from the Internet Archive. And, do you know this, maybe like the Wayback Machine, where you can look at websites from a long time ago? So the middle image is the California tourism website from 1996. That's the first image I could get. And the last one is from yesterday, essentially. It looks quite different. I have all the data from all the data points in between for all the states. Like, this is my most treasured data set of some 4 terabyte. And we were interested in, well, those websites evolve because you use new technologies. This also changes the partnerships you have. Partnerships is a recurring theme in my research. And so we see specifically like a drop in the top part, that once social media came in, all those websites were much more connected with each other, and they also became, to some extent, much more similar to each other. So nowadays, tourism websites, when you go to visit, I don't know, I think it's virginia.org for Virginia, or visit Philadelphia for a city, all those websites become more similar because they use more and more the same technologies, and there's few of those providers of those technologies out there. There's a couple of more images I'm happy to explain later on. The last one is looking at competition. We were interested in short-term rental properties, and you have to make a choice. There's more professionalization in the short-term rental market, meaning there's multi-unit hosts. So there's people that have 12 properties, 5 properties. So the original thing with just 1 property is out the window. So is there benefits when you standardize? Like, you have all your properties look the same or have the same amenities, or do you better have them all different? And so we were curious about this. So we scraped data from Airbnb, and we found when you standardize the amenities, it doesn't really do you any good. Like, it doesn't really increase guest satisfaction, but when you standardize the interior design, that really drives guest satisfaction. At the end, guest satisfaction is what gives you high satisfaction ratings and more people book again. And that was it. Thank you.
2 seconds. You're the winner, Part. That's what research. Thank you for. And our last faculty presentation is by Bin Song from Industrial and Systems Engineering.
Yeah, morning everyone. I'm Bin Song, an assistant professor from the Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering. Yeah, today my topic is human-AI hybrid teaming: if, how, and why AI helps. Recently, AI models like ChatGPT and Stable Diffusion have shown great potential. Then how can we leverage AI for engineering problem solving? In engineering, we face different tasks like knowledge extraction, solution generation, evaluation, and optimization. We humans can learn from and reason with limited data and generalize the learned knowledge creatively to accumulate expertise to handle different tasks. In comparison, AI can easily process and represent massive data, allowing it to learn more complex patterns. The learned knowledge supports AI to handle different tasks more efficiently and in a scalable way. My research focuses on the main components of AI, like representation, learning, and human-AI collaboration. In terms of representation, I aim to answer how can alternative representations impact the effectiveness of learning algorithms. In engineering, we can represent the same object with different representations. My research shows utilizing an efficient and informative representation is critical to achieve accurate evaluation and high-quality generation. In terms of learning, I aim to answer how can multimodal learning affect problem understanding. In the real world, a problem is often represented by multimodal data. However, we often focus on single types of data in machine learning. My research suggests we can get better understanding by integrating information from multiple sources. Another focus of my research is human-AI collaboration. With complementary strengths, human and AI hybrid teaming is increasingly seen as a promising strategy to tackle complex problems. However, does AI always help? Prior studies have shown mixed success of AI in improving team performance. While some studies show AI is helpful to lower diagnosis error rate, increase design performance, support the decision-making process, and heighten creativity. But others suggest it's not beneficial, saying it doesn't play well with others, not a panacea, hinder the performance of high-performing teams, and negatively affect human learning. So the question of when and why AI helps remains unclear. My research aims to provide insights in this regard. My studies were based on a drone design and operations problem involving hybrid teams from 3 disciplines. The design discipline created drones. The operations discipline planned drone flying path. And the business discipline selected target customers on the market. We developed an operation AI and a design AI to assist their respective tasks. Teams aim to maximize the profit made by designing and operating a drone fleet to deliver parcels to customers. We developed a collaborative design platform to support the study. This is the design module, the operation module, and the business module. Through large human subject experiment, we answered the research question if, how, and why AI helps. In our case, AI reshapes the human problem-solving process. Specifically, AI improves team performance. Through analyzing the process data, we showed AI drives the teams to reallocate effort from doing to thinking. AI improves team coordination effectiveness, and AI also allows teams to explore the solution space more broadly. Yeah, come to the poster to learn more details. Thank you.
Research is, right? I mean, we love to geek out and we talk about it all the time. It's a really great way to dig into problems that have not been solved yet. For faculty in the audience, come and collaborate with us. We've got faculty from all over the university and we love collaborating on projects. Everyone's doing really cool projects. Everyone's using data. Everyone's using methods. Some of those methods are complementary and can bring our research to the next level when we collaborate. And for those of you who are joining us from industry, we want your input. We want to know what problems are you trying to solve right now that we can help with? What is the data that you have that we can apply our methods to? So we're so grateful to all our faculty for presenting their research, and we're going to be inviting you all to come up and talk to us more about it. And before I open the poster session, I'm going to ask Jay to talk about our afternoon sessions so you have a heads up. Thank you. A big thank you to our faculty. Thank you.
So I know we've been having a little trouble. My mic sounds a little better here. So thank you, Dr. Schrepp, and all of our presenters. Fantastic, fascinating research. Phil, we got to talk about where you got that jacket from, okay? Because I need one. But let's talk about this afternoon. A very focused afternoon on AI. 3 specific sessions. Keith Johnson from AWS is going to be here to talk to us specifically about how AWS is navigating the AI landscape. And then we're going to segue into Tracy Jones from Guidehouse. She's going to talk about AI and ethics and a survival guide for working that. Probably works very nicely in with Donna Wertalik's presentation earlier today. And then lastly, we'll have a panel of subject matter experts who are going to talk to you about AI, and we've got a great list of questions. In fact, we reviewed those the other night, and we said, well, which one do we want to ask each person? And we wanted to ask all of them. But we can't quite do that this afternoon, but it's going to be really good. So if you're not returning this afternoon, I don't know why not, because you're missing out. But if you're not coming back, please drop your name tags off in our recycle bins at the exit door, and so that way we can recycle those. So now we're going to adjourn to allow you to ask questions of our presenters. Please see our exhibitors over on the sidewall over here. Talk to them about their company, about what they're interested in doing. Say those of you who are interested in research, talk to them. Those of you interested in jobs, talk to them. Our MSBA students, talk to them. So lunch, if you're a presenter, a sponsor, or an executive advisory board member, see us for your lunch card. And then we'll meet back here at 1 o'clock. So thank you, everybody.
All right, there we go. Sounds good, thanks. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for joining. Thanks for coming back for the afternoon session here. I'm going to give a presentation. I'm going to push my luck and try to do a little demo as well. So we'll see how that goes. So I want to start by really just kind of diving into generative AI, business impacts of what we think generative AI will have on the economy, on business in general. I'll throw out a couple quick stats. Analysts do believe that generative AI will increase the global GDP by 7% over the next 10 years. And that 2/3 of all US and EU jobs will be directly affected by it. And with the GenAI marketplace itself reaching over $100 billion by 2030. These are numbers that we can make them what they are, but they're staggering, and it is a technology that likely will have some big impacts. So generative AI, it's taken the world by storm primarily because of consumer-facing applications like ChatGPT. We've been able to experience really what the latest in machine learning has been able to deliver. Now, while a lot of attention has been given to how consumers are using generative AI, we think there is a great opportunity for institutions and businesses to deliver new capabilities such as more frictionless services, reducing the time and labor to derive insights, generating new ways to deliver education and training even. And I'll talk a little bit about some ideas in a second. The true power of generative AI goes beyond a search engine or a chatbot. It is the potential to transform many aspects of how our businesses operate. With so much potential, why is the technology, which has been percolating over the last decade or so, getting so much interest now? It's reached a tipping point, the convergence of technological progress and the value of what it could accomplish. And with the massive proliferation of data, the availability of highly scalable compute capacity, and the advancement of machine learning technologies like the Transformers architecture that Google published in 2017, generative AI is finally taking shape. The size and general purpose nature of foundation models is really, I want to talk a little bit about that to begin with. So let's start with just traditional machine learning models. This is where you take a model, which is typically trained to perform specific tasks with labeled data, things like analyzing text or classifying images, and you run those models through a pipeline and you get an output. The difference between those models and what we call foundation models, which is the which is what the basis of generative AI is that instead of gathering labeled data and training multiple models, you use the same pre-trained foundation model to adapt to several tasks. Foundation models can be used and customized to perform domain-specific functions using only a small fraction of the compute and data that was used to train the original model. And that's really the paradigm shift that we're seeing right now. There's three main reasons why foundation models are really coming up and becoming popular right now. One is, as I mentioned, the transformers architecture, which is a very neat way for neural networks to learn. I'm not going to go into the details there, but it's an encoding architecture that has feedback loops in it, and then you scale that out to billions of parameters. The second reason is in-context learning. And what this is the ability to have, as a model is learning, it's starting to learn new context that it wasn't trained on. That's because primarily of the scale that we're talking about. And that gets to my third part, which is emergent behaviors. Foundation models are, because of their size, their density, the connections between the layers, they're starting to now provide answers to questions that or data that was never really provided explicitly. So there's an implicit functions that are going on in the model that are now creating these emergent behaviors. The question is, how do you control these? We're in early days here, but that is the reason why everybody's really fascinated with these models. How I like to kind of think about them is, traditional models are predictive. You give it text, you give it the model, and it predicts something from that model. Generative models, you give it text and you tell it, give me the next, something new, something next. So that's the kind of a mental model that I use to think about generative AI versus traditional AI approaches. So there are a few different types of foundation models. I'll talk about three common types right now. The first we are seeing is natural language processing. This is the ChatGPT kind of version where you take a user input and you extend it with new generated text, either answering a question or creating new content like a resume, an outline for a talk, things like that. The second is also a type of foundation model that is really the basis of a lot of things. It's taking text and creating embeddings. And embeddings is really a vector representation of the text. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this a little bit later in the talk, but think of it as basically converting text to numbers. And what's important with that is while we think in text and words, computers think in numbers. And if you can create the right kinds of number structures, computers can start reasoning with those numbers. And a good example of this is our own Amazon.com search engine. If you go and you type in, you start typing in a product, you start getting answers or products that you're looking for. That's not doing a search. It's actually taking your text and using a large language model and converting your text into a vector, and then doing a quick lookup against a vector database to find similar vectors to what you're starting to type, and it's doing that in real time. And so that's an application that we're using right now with large language models. The third type are multimodal foundation models, and this is where you're crossing modalities. The good example is, or the popular example is going from text to images. And I'll show you some examples of this later, where you give it a text prompt, and it'll give you an image that kind of interprets your text prompt, like an astronaut riding a horse in this example. At its core, foundation models that power generative AI leverage the latest advances in machine learning. But it's not magic. It's instead based on the latest evolution of technology that's been steadily evolving. So it looks like it's magic because all of a sudden we hit this, from a consumer perspective, it's been all of a sudden really amazing. But if you're in the industry, you've seen it kind of progress over the years. It is we've been steadily evolving. But what makes them special now is that they can perform so many more tasks, and they can do it so well as opposed to a few years ago. And through the pre-training exposure to internet scale data, that's really where you get the amazing emerging capabilities that we're seeing. Training on everything that's out there, and then being able to access information in a generative approach it's awe-inspiring of what can happen. And while the capabilities and resulting possibilities of a pre-trained foundation model are amazing, we're finding that our customers and businesses are getting really excited about because these generically trained capabilities can also now be customized to perform domain-specific functions that are differentiating to their businesses, using only a small fraction of the size of the data and compute that was used to create the model originally. So one of the most amazing aspects of generative AI is that you can leverage or customize models trained by others that took months or even years to build, and you can do that at a very cheap price with very little time. And so that's really, I think, where we're moving into this industry, where we're going to see the proliferation of lots of different large language models that are specifically trained on different data or access different data at a fraction of the cost that it would take. I mean, we have companies that have used Amazon Web Services to train their models. It was not cheap, put it that way. It was not cheap. So let's look at a couple common use cases that generative AI is enabling. You can apply generative AI across all lines of businesses, including engineering, which we heard about a little bit ago, marketing, customer service, finance, and sales. You can use generative AI to improve customer experience through capabilities such as chatbots, virtual assistants, intelligent contact centers, personalization, and also content moderation. You can boost an employee's productivity because now you can have AI's powered conversational search, particularly thinking of data applications that require domain-specific knowledge to be able to access that data. Now we can have maybe a business analyst come in, ask a natural language question, and then the generative AI actually creates the right syntax to query one or multiple machines, gets that data back, and then summarizes that for you. That's a huge boost in productivity for anybody who's tried to fat finger in SQL queries and then compile those results. Let the generative AI tools do that. It can also turbocharge production of new types of creative content, from art and music to text, images, animations, videos. We know there's a writers and a Screen Actors Guild strike going on right now. Some of it is around these topics of how do I mediate the fact that my image might be used now to generate content that I didn't participate in. And finally, you can use generative AI to improve business operations with intelligence document processing, maintenance assistance, quality control, visual inspection, and even creating synthetic training data. Is definitely a possibility. I'll show you an example of that in a second. Now, since we're in an educational institution, I've selected a few use cases in that field. One use case, for example, is just text summarization, where GenAI can create concise summaries of long documents and lectures, and take all those boring lectures and just like sink them, kind of give you just the nuggets that you need to either pass the test or to really move on to the next subject. Another is question and flashcard generation, where you can, for example, generate practice questions from a piece of content. We're seeing interest in tools in response to generative AI, obviously, such as tools to decide or detect whether text was written by a human or a generative AI. So using generative AI to detect generative AI. We expect educators will have to adapt some aspects of teaching and learning to account for the ability to generate essays and free text answers to questions. Over time, these tools will generate other transformative capabilities. For example, these include what we think is going to be new and unique learning environments, where each student will, by combining different aspects of data and creating personalized learning pathways, as well as rapidly building simulations and virtual reality learning environments. This will allow students to learn in a more engaging and interactive way. And we will likely see new ways to automate grading and measuring student performance and to provide feedback and recommendations to teachers and students in near real time. So it's exciting, it's a little bit disruptive, and it's coming, though, I think, over the next few years. Also within healthcare and life sciences, it's an area obviously core to the institution here. It's a very promising area with many use cases in generative AI, and it's things like accelerating drug discovery and research by using models to create novel protein sequences with specific properties for design of antibodies, of enzymes, vaccines, and as well as even getting into gene therapy. Organizations can also use foundation models to design synthetic gene sequences for applications in synthetic biology, metabolic engineering, such as creating new biosynthetic pathways or optimizing gene expression for biomanufacturing purposes. And we can also use foundation models to create synthetic patient and healthcare data, which then can be used to kind of simulate clinical trials. Or study rare diseases where you don't have the data necessarily to run a full trial. Here, an example of that, my last point, is where a team has retrained a stable diffusion foundation model with chest X-ray data, and now using a text prompt, it will create chest X-rays that are synthetic that can then be used for training or prototyping new detection mechanisms. So themes that we've heard from working with our customers as we work through generative AI use cases are the following. I'm not going to read all these, but they really summarize to we need security and privacy, we need accuracy and reliability, we need flexibility. And so let's explore how AWS is working to deliver on these themes. As I've mentioned, Amazon has been leveraging AI and techniques for decades. A few of those I'll just mention. I already mentioned our e-commerce recommendation engine is using a vector embedding system right now. We also have on all our fulfillment centers, robotics that are really driven by AI models that are basically go and pick up all the goods that you buy. Once you put an order in, it gets routed to a robot, and the robots go and find it and bring it back. It's fascinating to tour one of these facilities. It's really incredible. Our Prime in the computer vision technology around the Amazon Go stores, if you've never been to one of those, it's where you just go in and pick up an item and leave without formally checking out. It just automatically deducts it from your account. I'll use AI. And obviously Alexa is a probably well-known product that uses over 30 machine learning models to answer questions and to deliver answers, run your smart homes, get you a shop or get you information or entertainment or things like that. So as AWS, as we think about generative AI, our customers have asked us how we can quickly take advantage of what's out there and what's quickly coming in the future. Because this is not the end. We're just really at the very, very beginning of this journey, in my opinion. And so you want to, how do you make sure that you're riding that wave going into the future? And so we've identified a few areas. First, we're making AWS the easiest place to build with foundation models. We have a capability called Amazon Bedrock, and I'll show you this in a little bit. And this is really the easiest way for customers to build and scale generative AI-based applications, which helps democratize access to all builders. So Bedrock, it offers the ability to access a range of different powerful foundation models, from our own models to also third-party models, third-party providers like Cohere, A21 Labs, Stability AI, Anthropic, who all are working hard to continue to update those models and deliver new models. Bedrock basically allows you then to use one interface to access all these models, so you don't have to recode different applications if you want to switch models. Notably, on privacy and security, Bedrock makes a separate copy of the base foundation model for your work. And so, and if you're gonna, we also allow you to retrain that model with your data. And so that all that occurs in a private copy of the model. After the training, the Bedrock is ready to be securely accessed by any customer on specific tasks. So your model, your tasks, nobody else gets to use your model. So customers can configure your virtual private cloud settings to access via Bedrock APIs and provide model fine-tuning data in a secure way. Everything is encrypted from end to end, and so and you can use the same access controls that you would use for any of your other AWS services to access, to allow whoever you want to access all those models. And so we're building from the bottom up, day one, with an enterprise-grade security mindset, so that it's more for businesses and not necessarily a consumer-based product. Now, as I've just mentioned, we are making it easy for you to customize foundation models. Your data is your differentiator for generative AI. That's what we believe. And to ensure you have relevant, high-quality data to train your own foundation model or really customize your foundation model, you need a strong data foundation. Since this is day for data, I thought I need to share the services that we provide around data management. There's a lot out there. If you're using AWS, you're probably familiar with some of these. The good thing is this is all integrated into to be able to deliver data and to train foundation models integrated within your existing environments. So we have services that can help you easily integrate and govern this data, but let's talk about a new area where we are adding new features. And this is in this area which I mentioned called vector embeddings, which I mentioned earlier are converting words to text. And so let's talk a little bit more about this. So as I mentioned, as the animation is kind of playing out here, you have numbers and you need to convert that to a vector representation. That's what an embedding algorithm will do. So what we do with this is why this is important. I just want to kind of make sure that you understand this. So when you assign a number to a feature of a word, you can view those vectors in a multidimensional space, and you can measure the distance between your vector and other vectors out there. And so words that are related in context will have vectors that are closer together. So for instance, cat is going to be closer to kitten, whereas dog is going to be closer to puppy, right? So this is a simplistic example, but that's where the power of vectors come in. So by comparing embeddings in this way, the model will produce more relevant and contextual responses with word match than just plain word matching, where like searching against specific words. Now, while embeddings aren't new for machine learning, for those of you who have been working in machine learning, Word2Vec was put out in like 2012. Their importance is growing rapidly with the availability of generative AI and natural language processing. So this, as I mentioned, can superpower semantic search. And this is an example where we're searching for, I think, bright colored golf shoes. If you're just doing a word search, the left is going to give you lots of random things, but if you're searching in the vector embedding space, you're going to get results that are much more closely aligned to your concept of interest. So now, in addition to semantic search, embeddings can be used to augment your prompts that you provide to the generative AI tool. And what this does is we marry that with an architecture called retrieval augmented generation. You can then incorporate other data sources that aren't in the foundation model to give you better context that's more relevant to your enterprise. Your enterprise data is not going to be in the foundation model. How do you leverage that in a way? And this is what retrieval augmented generation architectures do. So today, AWS offers many different vector databases, including OpenSearch Service, Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL, and then Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL. Basically, we've included vector data add-ons to these databases. So now you don't need to pull in a new database in order to get the power of vector embeddings to kind of power generative AI for enterprise applications. I'll show this in action in a bit. So second, we have been investing in the most price-performant infrastructure for machine learning. Building and using foundation models requires immense amounts of computing power, and that requires the right hardware accelerators and the right chips. In other words, the cloud with the best chips and infrastructure will deliver the most meaningful and accessible AI innovations for customers. And we've been investing in this area with our partners for many years, and also investing in our own silicon for many years. So for example, we have a broad choice of accelerators for customers, including powerful and flexible GPUs. Some of these are from NVIDIA, the H100 is just coming out, the A100 we have, and the A10G. These are very, very powerful GPUs, and you need these in order to run foundation models because of the size of foundation models. They don't fit into a normal GPU. They require at least an A10G typically in order to run a decent-sized foundation model. The beauty of Amazon is you can basically spin this up with a button click and deploy a model, and then create the endpoint, and then start using them. I'll show you how we're doing this in a second. We also, as I mentioned, are creating our own silicon. We're doing this mainly because of price performance. We've seen up to 40% price performance improvements in using our ARM-based chips, Trainium and Inferentia 2, than using traditional GPUs. This is because of the ARM architecture is just inherently more flexible and more energy efficient. And as you're employing generative AI, it's quickly cost and power are going to become a key factor. And so driving down that cost and making it is going to help democratize the use of large language models across many different industries. One example is Finch. Finch has been using foundation models in the entertainment industry, actually in the intelligence community, as well as financial services. And they do tasks like text, language translation, text summarization, things like that. They employed our Inferentia 2 chips and saw an 80% cost savings in their infrastructure with the same throughput. Third, we've been working with many customers to deploy game-changing generative AI applications. One is where we're rapidly using is coding. So generative AI and coding is an area where there's lots of interest. We actually have a capability we released called Amazon Code Whisperer, and it basically is an AI assistant that's integrated into many of the IDEs that coders use right now, and it basically suggests syntax and even creates full functions that really what we're basically right along helps basically coders reduce the undifferentiated syntax creation, and they can focus more on the thought, the algorithmic side of things. A lot of customers are using this. We actually ran a trial phase, and we found across many different customers that Code Whisperer helped them complete tasks 57% faster on average, and they were 27% more likely to complete the tasks successfully when using Code Whisperer versus not using Code Whisperer. Another capability generative AI capability that we're building is Amazon Health Scribe. And what this is a new HIPAA-eligible machine learning capability that basically combines speech recognition and generative AI to transcribe patient clinical conversations and generate easy-to-review clinical notes. And so it basically leverages speech translation or recognition, and then uses generative AI to automatically analyze the consultation audio, identifies the speakers, who's the patient, who's the clinician, and then extracts actually the medical terms and generates a preliminary clinical note for the clinician to actually just review and approve. Obviously, saving a lot of time. And then finally, we're offering customers the flexibility to build with the open source community of large language models, where Bedrock is leveraging third-party provider models. We know there's a big ecosystem of open source models out there that are contributed by the TII Institute, Meta, others. And so our SageMaker basically allows you to deploy any of these models yourself and train them yourself and explore the fascinating world that's out there. And we're adding new models on a weekly basis. So we're trying to keep up with the community and make it easy for you with a consistent approach to train and deploy your own foundation models. Okay, so what are some ways that you can start your generative AI journey? One, if you are a software developer, use Code Whisperer. It's easy, it's free. There's a free version that anybody can use. I use it, so easy way to do it. So deploy, Code Whisperer. Two, take advantage of all the variety of training opportunities out there. In addition to our broad library of digital courses on AWS Skill Builder, as well as programs like AWS Academy, Restart, and Educate, we now offer a collection of free and low-cost trainings to help people understand, implement, and begin their generative AI journey. For example, we just released a course on Coursera called Generative AI with Large Language Models, which was developed with AWS experts and AI educators like Dr. Andrew Ng from the deeplearning.ai company. So there's a lot out there. Take advantage of all the free training available. And then I would recommend third, work on your own proof of concept. Obviously, we're all consumers of using ChatGPT and others. We all use them. I have it on my phone. But there's going to be value creation in how we deploy foundation models in lots of different contexts. So start learning, start building a POC. And Ankit is with me somewhere here. Oh, there he is. He'd be happy to talk with you if you have any ideas or use cases that you'd like to explore as well on generative AI. But it's a great world. It's a great time to be in this industry and working. And just like Andrew talked about with Norfolk Southern, getting into an industry and helping that's been kind of lagging and pushing it ahead. Generative AI is going to be that same thing. When you go into industry, it's an opportunity for you to push ahead. There's going to be lots of opportunities there to take advantage of. And so I've covered a lot of information. I have some QR codes if you're interested in various aspects of it. I want to switch over and do some demos right now. I kind of raced through those last pieces because I want to show you some things. Hopefully, cross fingers. But before I do that, any questions on anything I've talked about so far?
So when you have the vector database, if you have a word that has multiple meanings that are completely different, does it have like multiple representations in the database?
So the embeddings actually don't go to words; they go to chunks of words. So and because of that, the context is in the combination of the vectors themselves. So it overcomes that. So that means that when you combine those, the chunks and the vectors is where you get the context. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me give me a second here. I might need two hands. Okay. Do this. Give me displays. Let me go to here. Mirror. Okay, it's really tiny. All right. Okay. Okay, so first thing I'll do is I'll show you Bedrock. So this is the Amazon AWS console. If you've been in the console, I can put this back on here. Does this work now? This works again. Okay. I'll use this again. Thank you. So this is the Amazon console. This is Bedrock. So within Bedrock, we have base models that you can choose from. I'll go to the text area. So in here, you can basically pick whatever foundation model you want to try. So if I wanted to go to Anthropic, and then there's different models within Anthropic. If I go to Claude V2, and then if I go over here, I just actually have a prompt. I'll just do this one. Write an outline of a persuasive speech, or a persuasive speech on generative AI. And if I, actually I gotta go down here and click run. And so it'll do the normal thing that you've seen ChatGPT do. The thing here, this is a playground, and so you can explore all the different models and see which ones work for your use cases better out of the box. And obviously they all have different price points too. If you've looked at the OpenAI price points, they're quite high. There's models that are much cheaper, and so you can kind of use the playground to kind of see, does your model, does your use case fit a cheaper model, honestly. So it makes it easier that way. So that's one way. So I'm going to skip through. I'll do an image. So as I mentioned, multimodal models are another area. So Stable Diffusion XL model is here. So let me move over, and I'll do a. Okay, this is generate an image that is a shot of a man wearing a leather jacket. If for those of you who can't read that. So if I click enter, yeah, okay. I knew this was going to happen. Give me a second here. I have to re-authenticate. Okay. Reload. All right. Try it again. Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on. Yep, give me 1 second. This is what happens when you do a live demo. Bedrock. Image. Okay. Okay. Image of a man wearing a leather jacket. And if I just want to say, standing next to a motorcycle. All right, click it again. And it will generate another one. So you can, and then the thing is, you can how this works is it's using a random number generator to start the process. So you'll get this same image with this same seed, but I could change the seed to something else and just run it again. It will give me another image. I can't guarantee it will be perfect this time. There it is. Okay, so there's another one. This is all generated by the algorithm. That's not a person. There's no image archive here. One more example, because I think it's pretty interesting, is you can make it much a much more detailed prompt. So this is basically a prompt to create a photorealistic image of a Japanese man in the style of a couple of Philip Hodas and Andrew Doe. So I'll click on this and see what it does. So it'll give me, and if I just change the seed and run it again, it will give me a new image. So that's kind of that's the playground area. Now what I've also done is I've created a quick application. I wanted to highlight the vector embedding space that I mentioned earlier, and you can do this too. So we basically open source most of our architectures and things that we're building, and so on GitHub there is actually a full library that basically will spin up a chatbot for you, and then also implement this this retrieval augmented generation architecture so that you can plug in your own data. And so I've done that here. What I've done is let me do this. Let me click on this. Oh yeah, I think I've lost my. It always happens this way. Router login. Okay. Well, I'll get there. Okay, let me see here. Anyway, here is the chatbot that I generated. I'm not going to be able to show you. So I basically, I have two databases. I added the Virginia Tech faculty handbook to the database, as well as I created a crawler to crawl the Virginia Tech history of Virginia Tech website and the research at Virginia Tech website in order to add some new content. And then what I'm doing is I'm asking it to provide answers to questions that are really contained in that content. Now, if you ask that a question like, what are the requirements for the voluntary transitional retirement program for professors at Virginia Tech? If you ask that to ChatGPT, it's going to say, I'm sorry, I don't have access. Can you see this here? Let me make it a little bigger. I'm sorry, I don't have access to that information. If you ask that same question to using, in this case, I use the OpenSearch vector store. I asked that same question, and it says faculty members with tenure or continued appointment who are at least 60 years of age and who have been at least 10 to 20 years of full-time service. Now, you can try to verify that. I actually did. I went to the actual handbook, and that's what it says. And so just the concept here is that you can use chatbots like this not just to get general knowledge, but to actually access specific knowledge that only you may have, and you don't want to expose that to the large language model. Another example is I asked it, let me see here. This was, here it is. What are the tracks and ranks of research faculty? This is actually a general answer. It didn't come from a database, and you can see that it's really just providing general information. What I did is, I think it was on this one. Yeah. So then I asked it again using an actual source of information, and it provided these ranks, which are the ranks that come out of that faculty handbook. I think now actually, I'll show you, for example, there we go, okay. So here's where I added the file for the Virginia Tech handbook file. And so I'll show you here real quickly, it'll take a second to load the models that we have access to, which allow you again to explore very easily different ways to encode vector databases, different large language models. You can see here that the Bedrock models. I actually spun up a Meta Llama 2 model in my VPC myself, and so again, what I'm doing, everything is encrypted that I'm hitting. It's all contained within my Amazon environment. So nothing in this is going outside the internet until it reaches the browser here, which is pretty impactful. And so then I asked the question, what are the names of the first board members at Virginia Tech when the university was first founded, and what business did they conduct? If you ask this to a, here, what I'll do is I'll just do it real quickly. I'll ask it to this one. If I ask it this question, and I'll use Titan, and I'll say no source, it'll take a second, but likely it'll come up and say, I don't know anything about the Virginia Tech board. Actually, it did. In this case, the Titan model is actually pretty good. I've had other models. Actually, is that all of them? That may not be everybody. So that's actually a pretty good answer for the Titan model. I don't think it gave all of them, but if you want the actual, if you want actually all the board members, this came from the history website on Amazon. So what this did is the question went against my vector database of the indexing of the history at Virginia Tech, and it took all that data, and then it provided it to the large language model that then summarized that data and put it into this form here. So the bottom line is I just want to leave you with the fact that this is a very exciting area. There are pitfalls. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of disruption. We're going to talk a little bit about that during the AI panel coming up in a second. But we're providing the ability for you to explore the positives, the negatives, and combining with your data in a secure way, in a private way, to really address your research and business activities. So with that, I'll close up for the interest of time. Happy to talk afterwards about any of this offline. Thanks so much.
Well, once again, am I on here? So once again, and throughout my career, Keith proves how much smarter than me he is. Appreciate the education there along the way. Learned a lot about foundational models and embeddings. So we're about 1:45-ish. We're going to report back here at 2 o'clock, take a break, chat with Keith, and chat with the folks along the hallway here, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. All righty, thanks folks for coming back from the break here. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Mark Collins here. Mark is a cohort 4 graduate of the MSB ABA program and a senior consultant for Guidehouse in the Defense and Security Group. And I'm going to turn it over to Mark to make the next introduction. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, Hokies. Come on. I mean, do I need to bring out like a beer or something? Yeah, so anyway, in all seriousness, Guidehouse is thrilled to return to campus, continuing our steadfast support of the program and being the second annual Day for Data. We've had the privilege of having cohort 6 and 7 members join our ranks and bringing some really nice energy to the firm and their capabilities that provide value to our clients. And personally, I hope that continues for cohort 8. No guarantees, but wish you luck. But before we delve into the insightful discussion ahead, I would like to extend my gratitude to those who have played a pivotal role in making this event possible. Pamplin leadership, CBA faculty and staff, the CBA Executive Advisory Committee, and the dedicated student support staff that's been around here, all right? You haven't gone unnoticed. And anywho, I also would like to acknowledge the key support that Guidehouse has provided. There's some pivotal players there, Nicole Gibson, Shane Conrad, Derek Stancliffe, and Colin Sweeney, all who have really realized the value this program provides, not only to you as students, but also to our firm, and maybe have gotten tired of me banging the table saying, hey, let's support them. But they've been very valuable in allowing us to be a sponsor and continuing to support this program, so that's wonderful. But their support is valuable. So Tracy Jones is going to be speaking, and she's the Associate Director with Guidehouse. She's at the forefront of collaborative efforts within the public sector agencies focusing on data strategy, governance, and management. She has been a driving force behind the development of federal data strategy, the 2020 action plan, and the federal data ethics framework. Tracy has a remarkable ability to foster consensus among diverse government stakeholders, which is something to be said, and translating strategic visions into tangible initiatives. Her expertise has been recognized across various platforms, including her recent address at the MIT Chief Data Officer Symposium on the vital intersection of data and AI ethics. Tracy was also a key contributor to the growth and challenge of the Chief Data Officer 22 report with the Data Foundation. So a powerhouse, right? So anyway, without further ado, please extend a warm Hokie welcome to Tracy Jones.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here today. Walking across your campus, it's gorgeous. And I spent time at IU Bloomington, which also has the same type of buildings and the stone, and I just brought back so many memories. Okay, so we're here today to talk about data and AI ethics. We can't open up our laptops or look at the news without really being confronted by constant headlines, right? So the bias that's exacerbated by generative AI, the data hacks, there's always something happening. Just a few months ago, I joined a networking site just to learn, meet people. It was with the expectation that I was going to be talking to people online virtually or meeting them in person. I actually found another person on the site using my picture and an iteration of my name. So my name's Tracy Jones. They went by Brittany Jones. Their profile was kind of mine, kind of not, and I was like, oh God, this is scary. So I reported it, but we're in a situation where data is constantly being used, and we just have to be really aware. I have to click here. Okay. So this presentation today is really going to be broken up into 3 parts. And the first part is really just to get us to a baseline understanding of data and AI ethics, just so we're all talking the same language. Then I'm going to spend some time on use cases. And the use cases are really cautionary tales And they're so important because I hope they highlight to you how easy it is for all of us to do things unintentionally that have great impacts and potentially negative impacts on the world and others. So, and then we're going to go into a survival guide. This is the Survival Guide 101 of the things that you can do and think about as you're working with data and AI. There's a great quote by Andrew Ng where he basically compares AI to electricity, right? And we've talked about data being fuel. I really started to think about all of these things as really more of the oxygen that we are taking in all the time. We are surrounded by it. We can't see it. We're interacting with it subconsciously, and we're relying on it 24/7, and really it's becoming part of our just daily functions. And so there's a real power to something when it's just part of our life in that way. And there's a stat that basically says the average person touches their cell phone 80 times a day. I actually think it may be higher because I've touched mine several times, like just checking things here and there. But that's multiple times we're putting data out into the ethers that is being collected on us. All of our biometrics are being collected oftentimes, and then that's not including when we think about all the institutional data that's out there and being collected and used and being circulated. So I'm really interested where you all feel that AI is going. Do you all, and I'd like to see a raise of hands, but believe that AI is a net benefit, meaning mostly positive, or do you think this is going to have a net cost, meaning there's great harm and risk that we're edging into? So positive. All the people that are positive, please raise your hand. Okay, so that's a really good number. Okay. Negative. Net negative. There's a few. I see hands. Yeah. Okay. Too early to tell. I kind of agree with too early to tell, but I do think we're at an inflection point, and by that I mean all the things that we're doing now and the decisions we make and the behaviors that we take on are going to have a real impact on if we see the potential benefits or the negatives with data and AI. So there's huge benefits, right? I mean, the medical opportunities, the ability to make our work so much easier, things that can be put into society to protect us, all of the IoTs that are out there that are everything feeding off each other. But then there's also a lot of potential harms. So I actually read a Bloomberg article that referred to an interview they had with AI experts, and some predict that content on the internet could be 90% driven by generative AI in the future, which to me seems absurdly high. But then I started to think, what if it's only 25%? What if it's 50%? It's still really scary because we don't necessarily know, with the ability of generative AI to create so much content and then to feed off each other, it changes the power of a Google search. It changes what we see. There's a lot of AI and machine learning right now being used for cyber attacks. We're also using it to protect ourselves, but we're just not using it as aggressively as those that are doing the attacks at this point. Then we have all of the anonymous weaponry and cars and things that can act for themselves, and there's enormous benefits, but then there's also the risks, right, of if someone intervenes in a way they shouldn't, or if something just goes wrong and the AI makes a decision for us that we didn't want made. So we're at an inflection point. Okay, so just to give us a baseline, when we talk about data, we're really talking about all information, spreadsheets and otherwise, all information that we use to make decisions, that we analyze, that we reason with, and that we converse on. And when we talk about data ethics, it adds to that the moral conundrums that we face. So the ability to do harm and the need to make appropriate actions. And then when we span out from that just a little bit, we see that AI, which uses data and is fed by data, also has algorithmic considerations that we have to take into account. And then when we span out from that a little bit, we look at the digital space that we're all interacting in, that we're sharing information in, and our behaviors in that space. Takes it a step out. And then a little bit further out, span out from that, and we're talking about responsible technologies and the interaction of AI and decisions being made very quickly in the digital space. And so when we talk about data and AI ethics, I'm really focusing this conversation mostly on the data and AI side, but just know that everything is very interrelated, and we really need to apply the ethical considerations to all the layers. So what you're looking at here is a picture of a data lifecycle. I'm sure all of you have seen something similar. Oftentimes you'll see it in a circle. I actually just chose to do this caterpillar approach because I could fit more on the screen. But very important to just recognize that everything in the life cycle, it's iterative and it's not sequential. And what I mean by that is you could be going through the life cycle, and then based on your findings and your ethical considerations, you may have to bounce backwards, kind of like a game of Monopoly. You get so far, then you go back to the start. So I'm just going to quickly walk through some of the data considerations that we can have within the life cycle. So ethical consideration in planning. Do we have the right scope? Should we have access to this data? Should we even be using it? Do we have the right people involved so that we're taking the right questions into consideration? Are the folks who are going to be impacted by this, are they involved in some way? And then there's the acquiring of the data. Have we gathered it in a way that hopefully reduces sample bias and other types of bias? When we're working with the data, definitely taking out PII, but also just recognizing that because there's bias built into us as humans in general, it's also always in the data. So looking for it, correcting for it, cleaning it, and then when you get to the analyze, so this is when you're really starting to apply the different algorithms and really starting to play with and test the data. So making sure that what we come up with is explainable, that it's transparent enough to someone, and that we understand why we're getting the answers that we're getting. And then as we put it out there and it's alive, continuing to monitor it and ask those questions. And at any point during this, you could have a situation where you have to go back, where you are almost done, and then you realize that the impacts are not what you expected, and you have to go back to the acquisition area and either acquire or create synthetic data in order to move forward. So this is a very iterative and non-sequential process. And then when we think about ethics as it's applied to AI, we have all the data considerations that we just talked about, but then we add to that the algorithmic considerations. Now, with generative AI and a lot of the powerful things that are out there, a lot of it's black box. We don't necessarily see what's happening behind the magic curtain. There's a little bit of a Wizard of Oz effect, right? Like, you get great results, but don't necessarily know how. There's a growing amount of resources for getting close or similar results, sometimes even better results in the medical communities, where they're using models that are explainable and more transparent. And I'm not really an AI model expert, but I do know that the transfer learning model, the semi-supervised learning model, and other models being used by themselves and in conjunction with each other to really make it easier to understand and more explainable, and then also easier to correct when we realize and we study the impacts and realize that they're not what we were hoping they would be. And then the other thing to consider with AI is once you put it out there, the results and the impacts can kind of shift over time, right? There's this thing called data drift. As data goes into it, as populations change over time, your results can change. So you have to constantly monitor it. And something that may have really good results 6 months later may not. Another example is when people take a model and they use it in a different location, geospatially, it can have very varying results. So just keep in mind. So we're going to talk a little bit about the complexity, and then I'm going to hopefully get into some cautionary tales very soon. So some of what we just talked about was complex because the AI models are complex themselves, right? And it takes a certain amount of knowledge to be able to start working with those. Another complexity is just that when organizations want to do anything with AI, it takes an enormous amount of data. This makes them data hungry. So there's a constant gathering of data, a constant buying of data. Folks are sometimes working with data that they've bought. They don't necessarily know all of the intricacies of how it was gathered or what is captured in that data set from the population, what is or isn't missing. There's also the complexities of just we as humans look at things differently. We may all say that we believe in fairness or that we believe in, some ethical principle, but in reality, we have a very different description from person to person on what that means in application. So that's just an additional kind of complexity. So complexity brings risk, but what are some of those other things that bring risk? So I give this example sometimes that back in the day when nuclear was first being experimented with, it was really only the governments and the very big corporations that could be involved in that at all, right? And there was enormous risk to it, but it was done by very few people and they had a lot of expertise. Now, really anyone can sit on their couch and really start playing with AI and creating things themselves and putting things out there. Anyone can create deep fakes. So the level of entry is really low, like we can all do it, but to do it really well and to do it ethically, the level of knowledge needed is actually pretty high. And so this creates risks. In addition to that, I think there's just a false sense of security sometimes because it seems like all the things that we're doing are really small and not necessarily dangerous or going to impact someone in a hugely negative way. Huge amount of lack of oversight and auditing. A lot of things that are put out there are just never, ever audited. One of the examples that I'm going to talk about, that a risk assessment tool which led to a lot of people being inappropriately imprisoned, was never audited by one of the major states that used it for 12 years. They never looked at the impacts of the AI that was driving a lot of their decisions. And then we also have one of I think the biggest risk, which is this pressure to compete, which I don't think that's a fake risk. That's a real risk. If we're not competing, we're failing, right? So we have to be generating things. We have to be creating things. We have to be creative, and we have to take risks, but very carefully. Okay, so let me give you a little bit of just what's going on in the world. I'm going to be really honest. If you want to see data and AI ethics being handled best, then I would point you across the pond to the EU and some of the others over there, like the UK, who have actually produced a lot of great ethical frameworks and resources and tools for ethical decision making. And the UK has started to stand up a center of data and ethics innovation, which is looking at the complexities of things like self-driving cars in a way that we haven't been doing here, at least publicly, in the same way. Also, they have a really great ethics framework and a companion document called the Assessment Questions, which can be used. Singapore has a great data ethics framework with some use cases in it. The EU is doing the Data Act, right? The AI Act, sorry. And it made it through its first hurdle. Still has to be voted on by all of the countries. But once it gets passed, it will be the first of its kind. And I'm absolutely sure there will be failures with it. They will have hardships. They will have a hard time regulating it. But you have to start somewhere, and I really think that they're taking it much further than we are right now. So in the United States, we have lots of things. I don't think it's as coherent right now. So if you were to look for a US AI strategy, the US website will tell you that we have one. But then when you read one paragraph down the page, what it points you to is 50 other documents. I say that, 30 to 50. A lot of other documents that have parts of AI guidance in them, none of them with teeth, right? And a couple of those, one of them is something I worked on, the ethics framework, the US ethics framework, but there's tons of things there. There's not like a really clear strategy. So what we find in the United States is a lot of states are taking on individual setting, rules and policies within their own state, but it's very, I would say, disconnected. Like, we're not all following the same recipe here. Oops. Okay. So now we're going to go into some cautionary tales, and I'm going to check. Whew, I need to speed up. Okay. So one of the things that actually made me want to talk about cautionary tales is I used to try to do some hiking, and I was a very immature hiker, but I thought that I was decent. And a couple times I had really near accidents on Mount Rainier in the Pacific Northwest. And one time I was with friends, and the sign literally said that the path was going to be narrow and steep, but it looked really wide at the point that we were, so we decided to follow it anyway. And as we got further and further around this mountain, it got narrower and narrower to the point where you almost couldn't walk. Of course, I got terrified and stopped moving because it was a huge fall. And then people were trying to get around me. So a woman tried to go around me. She lost her footing. I watched her slide down the mountain, go up into the air as she reached like the little cliff point, and then drop out of sight. And we were all just like screaming. So I literally got down on my butt and I scooted and crawled the rest of my way around that mountain, because at the point that I realized I was gonna die, I was like, oh man, I should have read the sign. She lived, by the way. I saw her later. But I mean, we didn't know at the time. It was scary. So, okay, so these are cautionary tales so that, hopefully you see something, and then later when you're in a situation where you're at risk of doing something that is ethically inappropriate, something clicks in your brain and you're like, ooh, I saw a sign once. So ChatGPT, we're all using it. We all love it. It's really fun. There was a study, I think by Cyberhaven, 10% of staff within companies are using ChatGPT, but 90% of that 10% are posting company information into ChatGPT, and 50% of that 10% are posting sensitive information into ChatGPT, right? And I'm sure it's all done mostly, I mean, some of it might be on purpose, but most of it's probably on accident because people are just trying to do their jobs better and faster. So, think about a lawyer or a doctor or a consultant trying to write a letter to someone, and they put it into ChatGPT to get improvements, but they forgot to take out important information, and now that information is part of ChatGPT. So the statistic that Cyberhaven has is that 11% of new information going into ChatGPT is sensitive and shouldn't be there, which is a little bit scary because that's how ChatGPT is continuing to grow, is by the stuff that we put in it. Okay, trace together. I think this one's really important because it's a government entity, I think, trying to do the right thing and then accidentally stepping in it. So Singapore actually had one of the best, and during COVID, they really kept it off the streets in a large way compared to other countries. They were really responsive. They created a couple of apps to help track it and lock it down. One of them was Trace Together, which basically what it did is if we both have the apps on our phone and we're close to each other, then it knows our proximity. It can then let me know if I've been exposed. It can also track proximity between different people. Singapore really encouraged everyone to use it, and what they said was, we're going to enforce it, so you may as well start using it. So 80% of their population was using ChatGPT. And it was under the promise, I should have said this at the start, it was under the promise that the information was only going to be used for COVID and nothing else. But there was actually no law. There was nothing preventing the information from being requested by other areas of the government. So the judicial policing portion of the government requested the information. They couldn't be denied it. There was nothing preventing the information to be handed over to them. And some of the data was used to actually, in a court case, in a murder trial, right? So what was starting out as an app to protect people in COVID ended up having an accidental policing mechanism that people weren't expecting, which had pushback within the media. Now here's the tricky wicket. So a lot of people will say that that was an inappropriate use of data and of AI, right? But what if a government had been using an app and then they saved a bunch of people that were in a location that was in the middle of a natural disaster? That would be most likely considered good. So the usage of data and AI really is, depending on the situation, could be judged by people in a number of different ways. And we're not all gonna have the same ethical beliefs or feedback on any given situation. I actually, so I work with federal clients and I work with states, and one of the large states that I was working with, I was having a conversation with the chief privacy officer, and we were kind of talking about this kind of similar situation of who has access to your data, how do you share it internally, and we talked about different scenarios, and she was like, but Tracy, we never share data if it's not appropriate. And I'm like, but who decides if it's appropriate? And she's like, well, only if it's needed. And I'm like, but who decides if it's needed? And what one person may consider important and appropriate at the time may be judged differently by society later. So I'm just saying it's complicated. Stable diffusion. The reason why this one's included is because I was accidentally a part of this myself, and it was kind of like that gut punch when I thought that I was using tools appropriately and then realized that one of the tools that I was using was actually creating a lot of bias. So stable diffusion creates images, generative AI. It actually pulls from the world's largest database of open images, which has over 5 billion images. I think that's it's ridiculous amount of images that it pulls from. And then you can ask it to create an image, and from those images that it knows, it creates images. Stable diffusion is used by marketing companies. It's also used by Canva, which I use to create cute little posters and signage. I mean, it's a cute little free tool, or very inexpensive. But it turns out that stable diffusion has enormous bias built into it, and they're actually now aware and they're trying to address it. But Bloomberg did a study, and they came out with a really interesting article. If you can pull it up and find it, it has also great visuals. And it basically says, it basically found that, I think the title was Humans Are Biased, Generative AI is Much Worse. So what they did is they came up with 14 different jobs, 7 high paying, 7 low paying. And then they asked for each job, give me an image. So lawyer, give me an image, give me an image, give me an image, 300 times. Doctor, give me an image, 300 times. Cashier, give me an image, give me an image. Dishwasher, give me an image. The findings were horrific. Almost all of the high-paying jobs were white males. Almost all of the low-paying jobs, the pictures that were generated, were people of darker skin tones. And the darker the skin tone, the lower the paying job. And then for women, it also had very biased results. So for example, within our country, about 35% of judges are female, but when they asked this generative AI tool, Stable Diffusion, for pictures of judges, judge, 3% came back female. So huge difference. And the problem with this is we're all using these tools. We don't necessarily understand what's happening. Marketing firms are using these tools. People begin to see more and more of these images, and the images that we see on the internet are what a lot of children believe the world to be. So there is an enormous impact, but it's kind of around us all the time, and we just bring it up for awareness. Okay, Compass. This is an example of a risk assessment tool. And risk assessment tools are used in our judicial system, they're used in insurance companies, they're used everywhere, right? And I'm giving you an example of Compass, but please know that this is by no means a singular example. There's lots of tools like it that do similar things. So Compass was created by North Point. It was at one point used by 200 jurisdictions, and is actually still being used, but it's under a different name after this became a big topic. But essentially, Compass is a risk assessment tool used when someone's first arrested, and judges would look at the results and determine if someone should be incarcerated and imprisoned before they go to trial. So huge implications for those that are incarcerated, because as you know, in this country, you can sometimes be in jail for years before you actually go to trial. And it impacts your job, your family, everything, right? So North Point and Compass would argue that there was no way that it could be biased. And the reason why they said that is because their mathematical algorithm was based on the legal tenet that everyone's treated equally under the law. So everyone's treated equally under the law. They use the exact same model for each person, collecting the exact same data points. They then have a risk score of 1 to 10 that's calibrated, meaning 1's always low, 10's always high. And they're like, the data points go in, the model's the same for everyone, it's a calibrated scoring, it can't be biased. ProRepublica came by years after this was being used, and in some cases 12 and 15 years in very large states, and did a study and found out that, and this was specifically on black and white men, they found out that black men had, in general, much higher rates of higher risk scores than white men. So, okay, you can't necessarily draw any conclusions from that, so they dug in and they did a couple of years of analysis and looked at the real data of the folks that were being assessed in the tool and then the actual outcomes. And what they found was 61% of the time it was absolutely correct, or it was correct, meaning there was a high risk score and the person did have another offense before their trial. But 39% of the time it was not. And the 39% of the time it was not, if you were a black man, you had a much higher chance of having a high risk score, but a low chance of offense. And if you were a white man, a low risk score, but high rate of offense. And the problem is that even though they tried to create this model that was not biased and built upon the tenet of we are all treated equally under the law, the reality is when you have two different populations and they have different rates of offense, which in this case they did, the black man and the white man had slightly different rates of offense, then the results of a model that's built exactly the same for everyone and that is also has a calibrated scoring, you cannot have equal false negatives and false positives. Someone was going to get screwed over. So this is an example of trying. And actually, these types of risk assessment tools came about because they knew humans were biased and they were trying to improve it. So survival guide. Okay. I showed the picture here just because we think we're strong or just because an organization's strong. We really have to change our behaviors and our locations, because I think we're all at extreme risk. Okay, oops, I'm the wrong way, I'm sorry. Okay, so question for you all. I'm really curious as to, at this point in your academic careers, if you feel like you're gonna be able to like survive and thrive and be an example to others when it comes to AI and data and all this risk, or if you're like, hey, my goal is just to get a job and hopefully I don't do something wrong and get sued, or are you just like, oh, I don't know. You don't have to vote because I don't, yeah, but I want you to think about it because, yeah, and gauge how you feel now, and then as you continue to educate yourself and get into the workforce and get different experiences, kind of gauge in the future as well. Aw, you can't see my, okay. Well, basically this was gonna walk us through the agenda of what I'm gonna talk about on these next few slides. And really, this is for organizations, but it's also really for people, because we can all take aspects of what I'm going to be talking about and think about them in terms of ourselves and how we interact within our jobs, but then also as you grow and become leaders in your future organizations or start your own startups, really working some of these ideas into your culture. So the first thing that I want to talk about is mindset. And kind of like that example I gave where I kind of stupidly followed my friends and watched someone fall off a mountain. I had this mindset that it was easy, right? But I think we have to change our mindset. We have to recognize that there's risk. We have to recognize that we're gonna have to be uncomfortable, and that we need to change our mindset around effort and our mindset around responsibility. In a lot of organizations right now, when I talk to some of my federal clients, and they talk about, oh yeah, we have a person working on AI, it's person over here, and you ask what they're working on, they don't know. They don't, or they say they've seen a couple of really cool things, but it's a sense of we, in these environments, and especially as you become leaders, are gonna be responsible. So really understanding what's happening in your organizations. So expecting and preparing for challenges. So here I've listed out a bunch of different reasons that we've already talked about that are challenges: the lack of laws, the lack of oversight, lack of auditing, the conflicting ideas between good and bad, lack of training, the models themselves maybe not being transparent and explainable. Okay, so we talked about the challenges. One thing that I just want to kind of really hit home is we shouldn't handle all things equally, right? So if something is higher risk, it needs more oversight, it needs more discussion, it needs more transparency, it needs more after study. So kind of taking this model into account, if something is high value, low risk, then absolutely a company should pursue it. Still have to have some oversight, but much lower risk, so pretty good. If it's high value, high risk, maybe the organization, or maybe you as an individual if you're doing a startup, still decide to go after it, but you take a lot of additional precautions. Maybe you connect more with the impacted populations to understand, how your data and AI is being used and the impacts of it. If it's low value and high risk, we should be asking ourselves, why are we doing this? And should just ideally not do it. Ironically, the EU AI law that's moving through kind of takes a similar approach. Like if it's higher risk, then it has more regulations and more oversight. So this is just kind of the commonsensical way to think about it. And also from a mindset perspective, really recognizing that we're not just going to be judged today by our peers and today within our organization. We're also going to be judged by society, anything that gets out on social media, and by the future populations. Like ultimately, most of history is a perspective, and it's through the lens and the judgments of the folks writing it, because our history books continue to change, right? So also be just cognizant that the things that we're doing are going to be judged, and judged likely differently than our current norms. So I thought this was interesting. Gartner actually said that 30% of major organizations are going to start using the voice of society, which is basically just like another assessment tool to see what people care about. Okay. Setting direction. Obviously, leaders should set direction and really be vocal and continue to talk about data and AI ethics and have a cross-functional approach. I think when you're first going into organizations, if you happen to be working on a data or AI, process or a tool, really encouraging those conversations. In some cases, you may be the expert, and so being vocal and really encouraging conversations and information from the business stakeholders, I think is really critical. Oh my gosh, I can't use the clicker. Okay. Right now, a lot of data governance is very old school structure. I think part of what we're going to be seeing is a lot of changes in how data and AI is governed. So just please take that into account, and as you start working on these things, just recognizing that within organizations, having frameworks, ethical frameworks, having principles that you all agree to will have enormous benefits. Having clear roles and responsibilities and guidance on what, based on risk, who should be, how things should be assessed. These are some examples of ethical frameworks that we've talked about. Fostering collaboration is enormously important, and I think learning from each other and each other's use cases, having diverse teams, having diverse ways of thinking about things, taking into account others. Okay. And I know I'm at time, so I'm gonna okay. Encourage safe feedback. So if you have the ability to help create safe feedback loops, please do so. If your organization that you're working for doesn't have feedback loops, I think it's something you can bring to awareness. If you're working on an AI tool, if you're working on an AI or you're working with data and someone brings to you an ethical issue, be willing to hear it, because I think this feedback loop and this conversation is just critical to really protecting ourselves, our companies, and really the world in which we live. And then building disciplines. So education, training. There's so many great certifications out there right now, which are very low cost, which is exciting. Getting communities of practice together, ethical hackathons. If you're working for an organization and there's a lack of information sharing, maybe you could encourage your leadership to have, events, or even something like this where you give people the chance just to drop in and hear topics and then converse. And then providing the right tools and resources. So one idea that I love is, I think historically we've always had IT help desks where if you have an IT issue, you call into a help desk. But more and more people are using AI and are going to be using it as part of their daily job. So having a help desk where you could call with data scientists who can actually help think through, talk through some of the issues, maybe help you with your algorithm, maybe just present some other options, I think is a good way to go. Also, ethical review boards. We've always seen them in universities. They're really not very often in corporate world and sometimes not in federal. So having that board to go back and review things before they are launched. Assessment tools are really critical. Playbooks for how to go about things and checklists so that people have something in front of them to help them remember the steps, because everyone's busy and we all forget things. These are some tools that I like. Z-Inspection is a great tool actually created by universities, which has ethical questions that you can run through. Also, the Alan Turing Institute's one of my favorites. They have a great website. They also have a great podcast. Okay, so I know we're over time. I'm really sorry, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to take a couple of questions.
With like government legislation being an objectively slow process, what are some possible shortcomings you might see in actually implementing the regulations that you mentioned throughout your speech?
Can you say that again? So if
Like if government, because like how slow government legislation is, what are some ways that you can foresee like that being fixed with the issue of AI ethics rapidly rising?
Okay. Oh, okay. So I think that's a great question. So the question was, regulation and everything is really slow, but what is the potential fix with AI ethics being such a like hot topic and really rising up? So I think one of the good things is that there's so much conversation about it right now, and there are groups within our federal space that are working on this. So I think I'm hopeful. I'm not going to say I think. I'm hopeful that because there's so much pressure and there's such a chance of things going wrong, that we will get things moving faster than typical. What I would say, though, is right now, large corporations like Google and others are basically meeting with government and saying, hey, we're going to use these powers ethically. And a lot of the responsibility is kind of being shifted to them to make responsible decisions. Which is, it's great that we have companies that want to act ethically. It's also very dangerous when we're asking companies to kind of to lead for us. So I'm hopeful, but we do things very slow here. That's what we do. Any other questions? Oh, sure.
So if AI is giving us results based on what we feed it, why is it such an issue, or why is that Bloomberg article titled like AI is worse than humans? Is that not just like a representation of what we're giving it? Is it not just spitting back right at us what we're representing ourselves as?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. I think what it was basically saying is that we are biased, right? And even though we have 35% of female judges, for example, it's not 50% because, I mean, we haven't gotten there yet. But when it looks at the pictures and it starts to extrapolate from those pictures, new pictures, it's doing it at a rate that's even more biased than our current rates. And so I think it's one of those things where it's biased because we're biased. I think it just exacerbates it. And you had a question? And depending on the model, it could be more or less exacerbated.
Sure. My question is that in the last 1 month, I have heard few stories about the data leak about different companies, its institutions, medical providers, even the injury lawyers, and they have shared that information, sending out letters to the specific possible persons whose data could be leaked. Is there a possible way that if Google or big companies are taking responsibility of ethical use of AI and generative AI models and other functional models, if someone is using on purpose, some kind of accidental leakage is there, and it can detect that problem, and based on the information provided, because there is some in the bigger picture, there should be some kind of accountability bureau who can take a look on those data sets, like personal information about people, and if 1 or 2 times the same information is being reported on the generative AI, that can for some time it can disable the user for future use for maybe a week or some kind of a reminder that this information should not be used, because AI is going everywhere and it could be helpful, it could be harmful. So what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, they are starting to, and there's more and more talk about using AI to help audit other AI, and then also to audit and track human behavior. So I do think that, I mean, we have a ton of data leaks, and that itself is an ethical issue, right? But then the ability to use AI to observe and track, and yeah, I definitely think that's on the rise. In general, from what I've read, AI and machine learning are being used more aggressively, I would say, by the hackers and those that are wanting malicious intent than necessarily the community protecting data. And it's getting better and better. I mean, like the AWS and all of the different tools, all of the different companies out there are providing tools, and it's getting better. But yeah. Oh, sure.
So a lot of conversation is about demographic and biases, right? But I see that a lot of large language models are 80% Catalan. So how would perspective shift into linguistic, like in terms of like bias in that? What are your thoughts on that? So currently, like a lot of biases in terms of demographic, right? But a lot of large language models that AI are trained on are in Catalan, like 80% of them. So what would the perspective and the bias would be if we shift the conversation into like linguistics in terms of like language?
That's a really good. Well, it's a really good question. I actually don't know the answer to that, but it's a really good question. I think that as we continue to learn and learn from our mistakes and look at what are the results that we're getting, using a lot of what AI is generating now is what's out there. So the pictures are giving us a lot of bias because we have historically a lot of pictures that are more of certain ethnicities than others, and the same for language, like it's learning from what's out there. So I think to your question around linguistics, that's really interesting. And I don't know, I'd love to see where that goes.
I'm just going to announce a break real quick. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you all for your wonderful questions. Please come back to the AI panel in about 15 minutes, 3:05, so you can ask even more questions and hear a really lively discussion on all of these topics. Thanks. Can you all hear me? Yes, you can hear me. We're going to start our panel discussion. If you want to have a seat and do just kind of a quick intro to this dialogue, which I think will be very informative for you all. We have the honor of closing our day with what will likely be a very lively discussion, which we've already started as we've been standing up here talking. And through this conversation, I hope that you'll hear something relevant to you based on your career trajectory, risk mitigation, governance, so many topics that we're going to touch on. We hope that we'll get to some audience questions as well. So, but I would like to introduce our panelists before we get started. We've got Dr. Cayce Myers, who's the director of the Graduate Studies in the School of Communication and a full professor with tenure in the school's Public Relations and Advertising Division. And Dr. Myers also does quite a bit of research on public relations history and law, and having an AI component to that. And next we've got Kevin Davis, who's the Chief Growth Officer with Marathon TS. That's an Inc. 5000 organization providing IT winning solutions to government and to industry. And then we've got Tracy, who you just heard from. Tracy Jones is the Associate Director and Data Strategy and Management Executive with Guidehouse, which is a leading global provider of consulting services to the public sector and commercial markets. And finally, we have Keith Johnson, who you also heard from earlier today, the Director of Solutions Architecture for Partner Systems integrators at Amazon Web Services. All right, let's begin. You guys ready? So our first question I thought would be really interesting to ask. I recently read this article from some Yale professors in their School of Management, and they were talking about these 5 different schools of thought when it comes to AI. The euphoric true believers, and these are the folks that embrace AI. They want to see the potential, the promise, the good side, as we might think. The commercial profiteers, and those are those who are eager to experience the profitability side of AI and innovation. The curious creators, who are fascinated by the opportunity of innovation while remaining cautious. The alarmist activists, who are vocal pioneers warning of the dangers of AI. And the global governistas. Then they view unilateral restraints being placed on AI would be inadequate and harmful to national security. So I'll ask the panel openly to all of you, where might you stand on that? What's your stance on if you had to be in that school of thought? You want to start?
I don't know. Oh, sorry. I think I'd fall in the curious category. I think that it's so evolving and new. I mean, what we were just talking about up here is we don't even know what the future looks like. What's going to happen 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, 2 years from now? I don't know. But I'm excited for it, but I'm also scared for it.
What was the second to the last one?
The alarmist activists.
I think I'm a little bit between curious and alarmist activist because I genuinely am curious, but I'm also a little bit terrified of where this is going and just the power that it gives, a bad actor.
26 years on Skynet, becoming self-aware.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, and then what happens if it becomes self-aware? I don't know.
I think that's the first time Skynet has been brought up today, actually.
That's good. I think, I don't know, so I'm going to create a new category. I'm pragmatically optimistic. So I think that's a combination of the enthusiasts, but with some profiteering, because I think there is going to be a lot of commercial applicability, but also, there's going to be obviously some. We need to be a little bit more. You got to be cautious. You got to make sure we're implementing it correctly, and so wherever that falls. Pragmatic optimist, I'll say right now.
I like that 6th category. It's a good one. A lot of our audience are students. How many of you are students getting ready to graduate or in a few years? So something I thought would be interesting that you guys might want to hear is about just how AI is impacting the job market and the process of. So I'm going to actually ask this one to Kevin Davis. How might job seekers, like our audience, utilize the efficiencies of AI tools while producing authentic resumes, cover letters, portfolios, much more?
Very carefully. There's a lot of, I mean, I could sit up here for the entire hour and tell you stories, horror stories of people using AI to generate their resumes. My company has hiring managers, and then we work with other companies that we're essentially representing candidates to them. And there's a large portion of hiring managers that will check if any of your content is not created by you, and they'll rule you out for it. So just be careful when if you choose to use an assistant tool, whatever that tool might be. Don't let it leave a footprint, and make sure it's a true representation of yourself. Because if not, you could be inadvertently ruling yourself out for a job without even knowing it.
Very helpful. How about some of the other panelists, if you have similar experiences or comments?
I would just say how I approach it is when you do a resume or you do a cover letter, what you typically do is you search the internet and you look at other representative resumes, representative cover letters. You take that and then you kind of use that as a guide, a template to kind of to tailor. GenAI can just kind of short circuit that and give you that amalgam of templates, which is what you would do anyway. But you got to do what Kevin just said. You then actually got to then put it into your own words. So I think you can use GenAI basically to as a labor savings for doing your own searches and looking for representative examples, but then do the work to actually personalize it.
I personally think a little bit of the danger is that as we use these tools, we sometimes think we're doing more of the work than we're doing, right? So just being really cognizant and kind of maybe even having a capture of what it produced and what your end result was and comparing it at the end so that you don't just end up copying something, convincing yourself that you did it because you still spent a lot of time on it, even though it may not have changed much, and then fall into that trap.
One thing that I would just also mention, the beginning category, I guess I would be an optimistic person generally, because I think that it's a force for a lot of streamlined communication and streamlining jobs. One of the things that entering the workforce today you have to think about is AI being used as a tool to screen the application or the resume. And now we have a lot of states coming out saying, okay, you have to disclose when you're doing that. So people understand that their decisions are being made not by an individual looking at resumes. And some companies, get hundreds, they get thousands of resumes a year. And so that's one to think about. The other thing is that if you're using generative AI to create content versus an editing function, that's two different things. So if you're using it to generate content, it's going to populate it with phantom content. And so it may populate it with work experience that you don't have. So you have to, it's not a matter of just, okay, I'm going to let the ChatGPT or even ChatGPT-4 that I pay for generate a resume for me. You have to have the sort of the ethical standard for you to go back in and check and make sure that you're doing your due diligence and not putting something on there that's inaccurate or just blatantly false.
Thank you. That's incredibly helpful, especially the different perspectives. Keith, maybe you can start us off with this one. How is Amazon collaborating with policymakers and the AI community to engage in responsible innovation and risk management and mitigation?
Yeah, so we work with most of the regulatory bodies, NIST, ISO. There's an organization called Center for Responsible AI that we work with. And Tracy mentioned during her talk, there was a July meeting at the Guidehouse where Google, Microsoft, AWS came together and we all signed, it's a voluntary agreement, like she mentioned. There's no regulations out there, so we are volunteering to abide by a certain kind of framework for responsible AI. Internally to Amazon, we are, that's all we're about. I mentioned privacy security. All of the models that we're training have very strict guidelines around against bias and against harmful usages. That's all filtered out, so you wouldn't be able to use those. So those are some of the examples, but it's early days, honestly, in this space, so it's more voluntary right now, but that's kind of some of the things that we're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, when it comes to getting involved in those policies, it kind of brings up the question of ethics, and Tracy talked a little bit about that. Maybe you could share a little bit more about what advice you'd have on addressing potential data or AI ethics issues in the workplace while someone's working, whether as a new grad or a seasoned professional.
Yeah, I'd love to answer that. So I think a lot of you all, when you're going to be going into the workforce, you're actually going to be probably working on teams, maybe even getting to create AI, working with data. So I think in those environments, really being vocal and bringing up conversations, asking questions, encouraging a wider perspective, I think is really important. I think the other thing that I would just say is there are so many pitfalls with the potential for us to misstep in data and AI ethics that when you do see something that you're like, oh, this is wrong, approaching it with a little bit of grace for the person who may have been involved in that creation, because they most likely did it with the best of intentions, right? And I think this all comes back to conversations and just building awareness and trying to address things. Definitely taking things to your leadership if you have major concerns, but also just recognizing that there oftentimes, I mean, we all think there's a right and a wrong, right? But there's a ton of gray space when it comes with data and AI ethics. And we have to navigate that pretty carefully and just have a little bit of grace for yourself and the folks that you're working with.
Thank you. What about the rest of the panel? What advice would you have as an individual in an organization to address an ethical issue that arises as it relates to AI?
Know the systems that you're using, because a lot of the ethical issues that you will face are unintentional and are caused by people that don't quite understand the power of the technology or what the parameters of the technology may be. So for instance, let's say that you were going to use generative AI to create some sort of very organized sheet for employees, and you included personal data in that sheet. Let's say the worst case scenario, social security numbers, date of births, addresses. You put it in. The AI system, if it's not a closed loop system, is going to absorb that privacy information, and then that goes into the system. That may not be deliberate on your part. It may just be out of user error, but it's one of those things that creates ethical problems. Another thing, a big thing that is being discussed, particularly in content creation type jobs, do you disclose that you're using AI to your client in creating content? And some people say, yes, you need to disclose. Some people are saying, no, I'm not going to disclose because I don't disclose if I use, word check or a spell check or try to, look something up on the internet. So those are those industry norms aren't set yet for things like that, like disclosure, but that's something to think about when you're dealing with using AI to produce your own content that you're putting out there or as a part of your job.
There's a quote that one of my first bosses would say all the time is, seek first to understand. A lot of the uses that you will be faced with that you can use AI for are shortcuts. They're things that can save you time. You want to make sure you know how to do it yourself before you entrust a machine to do it for you. Once you know how to do it yourself, you can then make sure that the content or whatever it's creating is correct. That would be my advice.
That's great, thank you. Keith, you have anything? Yeah, sure.
I think, so they both mentioned wonderful things, which is the tool itself and then having the right skill. I would also say a lot of this goes back to the data. And so sometimes if there's an ethical concern, you may never get the right result, no matter how much you change the algorithm. You may have to go back and look at the data. You may have to create synthetic data and bring a data scientist in to do that in order to get the right statistical attributes that align to the original data set but have, those different data points. And so I think that's just another, just like an important area to look to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, kind of touched on Creative Commons or creative rights. A moment ago, Dr. Myers, how many of you have heard of Napster? Anybody know what Napster is? Yeah, that's awesome. Whenever a lot of these conversations keep coming up about creative rights, and if I put something into Midjourney, is it mine? I wonder, it's making me think of Napster and what's like a library or what people are not getting rights for. Maybe if you could talk a little about that from the creative rights perspective and IP specifically.
Okay, so it's way more complicated than Napster in that it's so many different dimensions. So first of all, AI can create content. It can create ideas. It can do visuals. It can do content, written content. On one side of the issue is that if the AI creates the content exclusively, there's a question if it even receives copyright protection at all. And there's been some cases that have come out about that where a person used AI to create a graphic novel. They go to the US Copyright Office, they want to get copyright protection for this novel. They deny it because they say copyright has two elements, originality and fixed in a tangible medium. Well, it's fixed, but the originality is not there because it wasn't a human that created it. So there has to be something more than you typing in create graphic novel into that AI system. So you may be creating content, you think about logos, you want to create a logo for business, yet you don't actually own that logo because AI generated it. So that's one side of the creative rights. The other side is that AI is an aggregate of information. And we're already seeing some lawsuits coming out of content owners like the New York Times and others who say, this content of ours is in your system, we don't get royalties from it, and you are taking that content and then populating new content with it. Well, that creates an issue of maybe plagiarism and an academic side, but it also creates a situation with, and what we talked about just a second ago, unintentional copyright infringement. you're not aware that you're infringing, but yet your out product is infringement. So that goes back to the individual has to take some ownership and responsibility, do their due diligence to make sure that you're creating content that's really yours, and making sure you're doing the right thing, and making sure that AI is doing the right thing as well. And that's going to require research and reflection and editing.
Thank you. Panelists, your perspective on this?
I don't know how much more I can add to that, but I do need to apologize to Virginia Tech for using your network, using Napster on your network. Shout out Pritchard,
Same.
5th floor.
Patents though too, right? I mean, like it's just everything's getting started.
It's a very interesting conversation, and thank you for that advice. It's very helpful. Actually, Kim, to that point, maybe you could talk a little bit about what trends you're seeing in AI being implemented in the recruitment process and how job seekers might navigate that.
There's quite a few, and I would say one of the more recent trends is a rolling back of it, where we had a number of clients of ours that were putting out code challenges to developers, and they ended up getting so much content that was not original from the person, that was AI created, that they started going back to either in-person whiteboard sessions or Zoom or Teams call, where they'd say, hey, this person needs to have a whiteboard, and they need to know that they're going to have to write their code out themselves, so they can prove to us that if put in a situation, they can think on their feet and they can actually do it, and not just rely on some bot or some machine or some tool to do it for them.
Do you guys have a comment?
I think that's, it speaks to the broader issue, which we kind of talked about up front, what's real anymore when you get to generative AI, and social media is an example where it's going to be hard to determine what's real content, what's not real content. Obviously, images and videos, as we talked about, what's real, what's not real. What's the answer? I mean, just as a funny anecdote, my son was trying to sell his car, and did post it on Facebook Marketplace. It wasn't generative AI, but obviously he just got flooded with scam artists trying to sim a check, all these things, and it was just not worth it. It's like, this is too hard. I need to go to somewhere I trust, which is what, a CarMax or something like that. And it's the same thing with we're talking about with recruiting. It's how do I trust the person on the other end? Well, face to face, right? So at some point there's gonna need to be trust brokers set up, and whether that looks like mainly face to face or clearinghouses that can validate, don't know. But we're entering that phase very, very quickly here of trying to understand how do you trust things on the internet that are coming from people or original because of the flood of and the scale of what generative AI can do.
Interesting anecdote to that while Tracy was speaking, I got an email from someone on my team saying that an AI-created bot impersonating an employee of my company tried to hire someone and steal their banking information while her speech was going on.
Oh my God. Wow. This is why we should be afraid.
Jeez, thanks for sharing that. It's an interesting thing about trust and mitigating risk and how we do this well and how we navigate it. How do we protect ourselves and lean into trust at the same time? I don't know if that's an answerable question, but it comes to mind as you think about both. What's that balance? This is for all of you.
This might sound a little crazy, but I used to use Facebook and I used to use things more. I've noticed that, and And I guess it started maybe with the last election stuff where I just felt inundated and I didn't know what you could, all the headlines and everything just felt kind of crazy and what could you believe. But I've noticed that I've gone back a little bit more to in-person human community. I don't know, like I'm a different person now than I was a year ago because I've really started seeking out more face-to-face and real community, and it's yeah. But I just, it felt fake and it felt led for a while, and so I kind of just pulled back from it, and so this is kind of where I'm at now.
Yeah, good point. Keith?
I think that it goes back to something that Kevin was talking about earlier about having skills. So people have to have skills. So AI is not, so the big discussion when AI came out was, or when it came out in force like it has in the last year, is this going to replace individuals in the workplace? And the answer, I think, to that is that it's going to replace some tasks in the workplace. But it's not as if we're going to just sort of cease to need to know knowledge, and that people can just have no skills and just type something in and it produces their work content. And I remember talking to my wife, who's an attorney. She practices a very narrow, very complicated form of law. We put something into a ChatGPT about an area of law, and it got it like 70% right, but it wasn't 100% right. And it's just like with creating content, using it in your workplace, the skill of the individual who's using it has to be present, and they have to be able to engage in that technology. And I think a person that can position themselves well in the market is that they have the skills, and they also know how to transfer those skills and use AI effectively to maybe enhance their work product. But it's not a one-for-one swap. Now we're just going to use AI for everything, and we don't have to, we can just take a vacation.
Just to amplify that, just like data analytics, you can't just trust the data without doing the due diligence. What's the pedigree? What's the provenance? Are the algorithms? Is there model drift? You have to think about these. The output. You just can't trust the output. And so the thing is, you just apply that same kind of principle to this navigating this new world. You have to have a sophisticated mental model to filter whatever you're hearing or seeing, and is it consistent with my experiences? Don't just. We're gone are the days where we'll be able to just take that new data and just start running with it without filtering it through experience. Obviously, bouncing that off people you trust and things like that to really come up with an assessment. So, in some ways, we're going to become more human because I think we had this last 20 years of a fun playground of data and internet and technologies and be able to just take data and run with it. Whereas we got to go back a little bit toward, having the mental models in order to really sift and put things in context and the frameworks to do that. And so that's, what Virginia Tech does, right? It's building, students to have the sophisticated models to go out there and to make a difference in the world.
So would you say that the top, go ahead, Tracy.
I was going to say, I completely agree with a lot of the, I would say, white collar and professional jobs. Like, people are definitely still going to be needed to help think through and guide and facilitate all these different conversations. I think we are going to see, though, over time, and it's not going to be immediate, but 10 years, workforce is going to look different. And some sectors are going to be impacted much more than others. So finance is likely going to be pretty impacted. Some security type jobs are going to be very impacted. Policing might be impacted. A lot of manual labor. I mean, we're already seeing I think the McDonald's that now has the robots and the pouring things. I mean, we're just going to see major changes. But I think that the plus side of that is that if you're leaning in and learning, you can navigate it and come out with an awesome job and continue to navigate and change that.
Thank you. Very helpful. I think what it sounds like you are saying is lean into being human. Know your technical stuff. Long division by hand. Further simplify. Clean your data. Make sure it's clean. So it's a balance of trust and trust in yourself. Thank you all. Something that's kind of interesting, maybe, Keith, if you can start with this one. What do you see as the risks of racing ahead of our current frameworks? Because we are racing, and are we too far ahead?
That's a
great
you
question.
throw that to me, huh? So technology is always ahead of our regulatory frameworks. It just is, because regulations are slow, they're plodding, they're methodical for good reason. But they've always been able to catch up enough, right? But this is a little different, right? We are in a world where things are going fast, really fast. And so, yes, we are racing ahead. So the question is it too far? I can't answer that. I think, we're at the verge here of going a little too fast, which is why, AWS, other companies have recognized this and are starting to voluntarily come up with some frameworks to kind of fill the gaps a little bit until there's something in place. But I do worry, just because from a regulatory perspective, the amount of knowledge of the space you need in order to create an effective framework is probably not, it doesn't exist in the organizations that need to come up with that framework right now. So we need to do a really good job of teaching and educating the regulators right now, which is part of what we're doing. But I don't think I can answer are we too far, but we are definitely we're going pretty fast right now, that's for sure. I would welcome other comments on that. Tracy, you might have a difference of opinion.
What do you think?
From a regulatory standpoint, we know that in the US at least, there's a lot of concern around putting a regulation out there that stifles the technology's growth. And so you go out front, you get way out front, and you try to keep pace with technological growth, you can stifle it, because you can come up with something that's a clunky solution that ends up diminishing innovation. And we saw that with the creation of the internet and how the internet is regulated. And it's created some controversial results about how the internet is immune from liability in certain contexts, but that was because they wanted it to grow. And so I think regulators want AI to grow because they see a lot of potential. But what is that going to look like? And one of the things that, if you look at things like the White House's AI Bill of Rights, they're worried about AI making decisions, like these big decisions for people, like who's going to get bail at a hearing, who's going to get prior authorization for a medicine, who's going to get a mortgage underwritten. And if you AI that process, what does that look like if there's not human eyes on that? Some suggest that the result would actually be better if it was no human eyes. But again, there's this kind of thought that that would be bad. There's a lot of discussion around discrimination. EEOC and others have said that AI is the civil rights issue of the 2020s, and looking at bias and issues related to bias and how AI can facilitate bias because it is a reflection of our own bias. And then also questions around looking at privacy in AI. And I think that you're going to see, just from I think you're going to see in the US not as much intervention. I think that one of the first spaces that intervention is going to come in AI is going to be through the EU, who seems to be much more robust about discussing privacy issues in AI and other intellectual property issues in AI. And we see that they have already been kind of thought leaders in that area. So we may see kind of an importation of that mindset in our businesses and in the way that global companies have to work.
And one of the, just counterbalance, those are great. Those are all great issues. So one other ones that, if you hear in the news, there's calls for regulation on AI, but then there's calls for, hey, we need to keep up with China. We need to go faster, right? And so that's the piece that is definitely part of the conversation, and it is relevant. And so probably a reason why the EU is going to go ahead, because there is that fear or need in order to combat a future which we all hope never comes, but is, there are geopolitical activities going on right now. So that call for going faster is out there from the same, federal agencies that would also be regulating it as well. So there's that tension that we have to deal with from that perspective as well.
Mm-hmm. That's an excellent point. And how we protect ourselves when we're in some of these dynamics of go fast, slow down, profit, don't profit. There's also these dark artists that are in play. How do we protect ourselves? Maybe some practical tips from the panel on how do you protect yourself from those who seek to do harm with this technology?
Go back to Tracy's presentation and
Yeah.
read
Yes.
it.
Yep. Any other thoughts?
I mean, I'll just say there's the individual things that we can all do, and that is to be really aware of hopefully what organizations we're interacting with. Do we really know who we're interacting with? You know, there's a lot of fakes out there that are easily sprung up. There's a Brittany Jones who could become your friend tomorrow. Oh, if you weren't here earlier, there was a fake of me out there called Brittany. But so, you know, like, learn who you're interacting with. Obviously, don't click anything that comes to your inbox. But I think as organizations, I think we have to think about ourselves and our personal behavior, but then we have to think about our behavior within our organizations and within like our larger government structures. And so really just trying to get the conversations going, putting the appropriate monitoring in place, really being open to audit process, knowing that this is going to take a lot of funding, right? None of that stuff is free, and it's all time consuming, and everyone's already really busy. And I think that's sort of like the push and pull that we're all going to have, is like, we know we should do these things, but who has the time and who has the money?
So the only thing I can add here is that treat the bad actor problem as it's going to happen. There are bad actors out there, and they go after the lowest hanging fruit, the biggest bang for their buck, right? So don't become the biggest bang for their buck. So what does that mean? What are your valuable assets? Whether it's your personal assets, your corporate assets. Do you know where they are? Do you know who accesses them? And then how do you protect them in a way that makes it very hard for the bad actors to access? Obviously, as from a personal perspective, you probably, it behooves you to not be the one that's standing out and saying, hey, this is who I am, and this is what I have, and this is where it is, because that makes it easy, right? So it's kind of common sense. Just you want to hide in the noise, and and make the assets that you have that you want to protect. You can't protect everything, right? But find the things that are the most important things, and then put the right protection systems around that. Whether it's physical, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's just hiding in plain sight. Do the things that you need to do to reduce your footprint and your exposure, and make it less of a target. Just like if you buy a less expensive car, you don't need to lock it because nobody's going to steal it. So anyway.
Thank you very much. I think we've got time for about maybe one or two questions from the audience. If anyone wants to ask a question before we relieve our panel, thank you so much for thoughtful discussion. Does anyone have a question? Go ahead.
I've got a point that's a little bit provocative, and that goes to where we are in this transformation that we're going through. And initially we had to do calculations by hand, and then we had the calculator. And everybody who was using their hands to do the calculations were like, hey, that's not fair. And we moved into the age of technology and internet
mean, I agree. It's, I'm a pragmatic optimist. It's here. It's not going to go away. We got to deal with it. We're not going to go back. We can't put the genie back in the box. It's just a matter of, eyes wide open, have the mental models to understand how to deal with it, and look for the opportunities. Right? They're going to be out there. You find what you're looking for. So look for the right things.
Boss. Axel?
Yeah, so I really like what you said earlier, Keith, about talking about how China and,
Thank you.
I don't know where to start off now, so everyone can hear me. So I was talking about the China thing that you had mentioned. That reminded me of an article I read earlier today where there was like this auto convention in Europe, and for the first time, like a lot of Chinese industries started coming in. And I was wondering if any of you had thoughts about this, like maybe thinking back to when internet started coming and maybe antitrust laws with social media. Like, do you think the U.S. would like bypass maybe giving strict regulations on AI just to stay in competition with other states around the world?
There's a lot going on behind the scenes in our government. Tools that the intel agencies are using that are not available to everyone. So, I mean, I don't know if that's fully addressing what you're asking there, but I mean, I guess you can kind of trust that there's things going on behind the scenes that really, really smart people are doing and really, really smart people are implementing to stay up with the Chinas of the world, with the nefarious actors who are out there trying to use AI for the wrong reasons. But I mean, everything, both of you, the questions that you guys just had, I mean, I don't know. That's the real answer, and that's, what I'd ask the question to Keith. I mean, it's.
I think there's definitely the reason the U.S. doesn't have as much regulation is because of the need to be at the forefront and foster innovation. That's kind of in our DNA, honestly. So but there is obviously the potential existential threat that obviously makes that more of an issue. But we're also a freedom and privacy loving country that respects the individual rights that cannot be trounced on. So there is going to be, I think it's an and, not an or, and we're going to figure out how to navigate that through the various regulatory bodies, through litigation, and through public policy. And we're in the first inning. I don't think we're very very far along, but we'll navigate it through all those means that we have in this country, which is good, but it'll take some time.
It's the veritable Wild West. That's the closest comparison that I can give you is, you had asked, are we too far? I don't know. Ask that to a pioneer in the 1800s. Were they too far? It worked out well for some of them, and it worked out terribly for others.
I think we're out of time, but that really does, that lends to a question on what might hindsight look like in 20 years. But that's something to ponder, All right, yeah. All right, I think we are at time. So please join me in thanking our panel for some excellent insights.
All right, I wanted to thank our panelists here and really everybody who's been with us today, all our speakers, panelists, outstanding discussion points. I think evidenced by the number of people who are still here at the end of the day. I've been to conferences way larger than this with a lot fewer people left at the end of the day. So thank you for being here. I did want to say thank you again to Norfolk Southern, Guidehouse, Marathon TS, EYSN Solutions, AWS, HP, and Deloitte being our sponsors. And also to, I think Shannon has gone to do some other errands here, but to Shannon, to Luke, to Jennifer and Cliff, CBA folks who put this day on. Fantastic day, I think. And to all of our MSBA, ABA student volunteers who have also worked behind the scenes, sometimes in front of it, to make it all happen. And I invite all of you to be on the lookout for our third annual Day for Data announcement coming out relatively soon. And Those of you who can, please join us over at Maroon Door for a networking event sponsored by Norfolk Southern. And we look forward to having you there. And again, thanks to everybody. Yep, 4 o'clock, thereabouts. Shannon will be over there waiting for you. And we got a little bit of cleanup to do here, but we'll join you shortly thereafter. So thanks to everybody. Appreciate it. Have a great day.